This isn't Japan. This is a picture from Canada. This is from my flight because my flight to Narita was through Vancouver, and Vancouver Airport's international section has this river through it that leads to a little aquarium window, and I just think this part of the not the hotel, but I just think this part is really pretty. So, is that a dead fish in the water? No, it's a sculpture. They don't have any real fish in here. That's in an airport. Yeah, this is in the Vancouver airport. It's pretty, right? It's really pretty. So I like it a lot. So, my flight, my gate, by the way, my gate, we're starting from Vancouver, all right? We're going to start from the beginning. We got to start from the beginning. My gate was nice. I took the picture of my gate and sent it to a bunch of friends because I didn't want to like share publicly where I was leaving from. So yeah, I took the picture and I sent it to a bunch of friends. I was like, look at my gate, and got appreciative kept W's back. So if you haven't taken an international flight before, pretty much as long as you're not visibly intoxicated, it's all you can drink. So pretty much the whole trip, I indulged in that. So this was my first beverage choice there. Pretty much just the whole trip, the flight attendants would be like, yes, what would you like to drink? And I'd be like, beer. But it was on Japan Airlines, so the staff mostly speak Japanese, so I was just like, beer it. They're just like, beer it. So, here's the unfortunate thing. I didn't book my flight through a travel agency, and when you're taking an international flight, if you have dietary restrictions, sometimes that can heck you up, because I couldn't eat any of my meals on the flight. How sloshed did you get when you arrive in Japan? You have to like I didn't want to be like dead. Flights give me severe anxiety. So, I just wanted to like kill the anxiety a bit. Also, McMahon Syndicate, Agent Noshi, Centennial Pariah, thank you. So, I realized before I got on the flight, thankfully, I was like, oh, I didn't have one. Because I was thinking, oh yeah, check-in will probably have like choose your meal options, because they have to prep it like just before the flight and everything. It turned out no, since I had booked directly through like WestJet and it was a code share, they didn't actually have a menu selection option. And in order to do that, you had to contact Japan Airlines like 3 days in advance and be like, yo, hi, no meats. So I didn't do that because I didn't know. And next time I'm just going to book my flights through a travel agency, so that way I can strong arm them and be like, make sure you tell them no meat for my meal. So, your girl bought 1.5 footlongs from Subway, and I ate sandwich on flight because that was the only option, really. The flight was about 10 hours, I want to say, so it wasn't too bad. I did get gelato, though. I was really happy. It was my favorite flavor. It was salted caramel, so I was like, yay, I can eat this. Okay, so I landed in Narita, and if you didn't know, Narita Airport, even though it's advertised as Tokyo, is actually in Chiba Prefecture, which requires a train that if you get the fast one, you can get to Tokyo in like 40 to 50 minutes. So I didn't sleep at all on the flight. I barely slept before the flight. I was flying, for me, taking trips that require like getting on a flight in time and having like a lot of time related things, being like, if your flight's delayed, you're hecked up. If you miss your flight, you're hecked up. Like, makes me really, really, really anxious. And so I wind up usually not sleeping before I fly, which my flight out was kind of early. So the day before my flight, I stayed up until 3 a.m. playing Apex, because if I would have gone to bed, I just would have laid in bed and played through every single nightmare scenario possible. That would have, yeah. So I had a grand total of 3 hours of sleep, and then I was awake for another 25 hours before I got my first, like, go to sleep. So your girl was tired, and landing in Narita and then having to, like, get over to the fast train and then get the fast train, and then lug my luggage over to the hotel that I was staying at. The first hotel was really nice. It had a women's bath on my floor. So I just had to check, like, I had to make sure there was no people in it because I have a tattoo. And there was a big sign that said, no tattoos on the wall. And I was like, if nobody's around to see it, then do I really have a tattoo? No, I didn't think so. So, but it was pretty nice. The first night for dinner, I had Freshness Burger. And Freshness Burger is a burger chain that's in Japan that is actually like decent good quality, and they have an entire veggie burger line now. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. So Freshness Burger. So I had a fresh juice, and then my little potato, and then a veggie burger. And I was with my friend Hikaru-kun, who he plays IDV in League of Legends. So we went there and got Freshness Burger, and then we went to Konbini as well, and I took a picture. This is probably one of my favorite things in Japan is these little jelly drinks. And pretty much like the energy brand ones here, they have a whole bunch of different ones. They have a protein one, they have an energy one. These two are both energy ones. But then they also have a vitamin one and a mineral one. And the mineral one has like magnesium and iron and a whole bunch of stuff and zinc and like a whole bunch of stuff that you need. And instead of being a multivitamin, you can just drink this jelly pack. So it's really great, like, when you want to grab it in the morning, and I love them. How much caffeine is in that? This one's not caffeinated. These ones aren't caffeinated. I think some of the other ones might be caffeinated. This one has royal jelly in it. Japan's kind of obsessed with this. Has caffeine. These ones are caffeinated. These are both carbohydrate drinks, but they just have different flavors. This one's ramen flavor, and this one is grape flavor. Royal jelly, yeah, from like bees. And here's the first drink and snack that I had in the evening. So I had smoked cheese with pepper. I love smoked cheese. And a Scotch whiskey highball, which that was pretty good. It was a little too sweet though. It was kind of weird. I usually, like, when I make highball, I don't have sweetening. So all the drinks, yes. And then my first breakfast. So at this point in time, it was just Hikaru and I. By this point in time, yeah, it was just Hikaru and I who had arrived because everybody had different scheduling. I had actually thought that I had plotted out, I forgot how time zones work, and I forgot that when I go to Japan, I lose time, essentially. So I had plotted out stuff. Yeah, but I stayed up late and... on the flight. Sorry, my movies that I watched on the flight. I watched Nope, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and The Unbearable Weight of Talent, and all of them were great. Landing in Narita sucked. I was stuck in the immigration line for like an hour and a half because they hecked up the organizing for it. But yeah, so this was me there. I got a Wi-Fi box, which was neat. That was my Wi-Fi box. By the way, if you plan to go to Japan, register your Wi-Fi box and payment and pick up in advance because they run out of stock. And it's more expensive if you pick one up to start day of for your Wi-Fi rental. Wi-Fi box, yeah, it's a portable Wi-Fi, a phone Wi-Fi box. So that way, instead of having to buy a SIM card and pay like daily data stuff, you have unlimited Wi-Fi use, and then other people in your group can use it as well. Yeah, it's a portable hotspot. Yeah. My Wi-Fi box. And it was also a portable battery, which helped out. Yeah, it was super convenient, very helpful. It was really cool. I like my little Wi-Fi box. I thought hotspots need SIM cards. Nope, it's just a portable Wi-Fi. So it's already connected to their network. You just have to connect your phone to it. So, yes. So I had Tully's. They have a collab happening right now, which is oat milk and plant-based. So Japan is really interesting with food trends, okay? They'll adopt a food trend if it's like healthy trendy. So currently, healthy trendy is plant-based coffees. So they had like soy coffee fancy things and oat milk things. So the Tully's coffee here that I have is maple and pecan oat latte with plant-based whipped cream on top. And then that's an egg salad sandwich. Okay, so the first like group hotel that we checked into was the Henna Hotel, which means the strange hotel in Asakusa. And the Henna Hoteru, the strange hotel, there's multiple ones. It's a chain, and each one of them is like weird, but it is mostly unstaffed. So you check in with this one with robots, and there's two robot dinosaurs and a robot lady, and they talk to you. So this was the full view of the lobby. So this one we had a velociraptor, a woman, and a brachiosaur. And the brachiosaur had a deep British accent if you put it into English. And you just check in at the machines, and it gives you your cards, and you have like a little pickup for your amenities and such. So we checked in there. Me and Hikaru checked in. Well, we couldn't check in yet because in Japan, most of the times the hotel's checkout time is 10 or 11 a.m. and then check-in is between 2 and 3 p.m. So we got to this hotel. We dropped our bags off. They had like a baggage area that you could register a card and hook your bag up. So that way it was locked into the thing. And people in Japan generally won't break in and steal your luggage stuff. So go to Henna Hoteru. So the plan for this day was So me and Hikaru went to Shinjuku because there's a cafe there, and in the afternoon and the evening, Bao and Shoto were going to be arriving, and we wanted to make sure that like we took care of the stuff that we wanted to do in like Shinjuku area before picking them up. And Hikaru was the one that organized the trip, so he was going to make sure that Bao he was going to meet her at the station where our hotel was, and then go to the airport to pick up Shoto. So, Shinjuku, before we get to the horror story, which was involving arrivals, there's a Full Metal Alchemist cafe, and unfortunately, I couldn't go in because we had stuff like planned already, but they had an Alphonse drink, and they have like, look at the collab food. They had like Ed and Al cake, and like, you had to register online first to get your seat, and I wish I could have gotten in there, but I didn't. So sadness. This is a recurring theme, by the way, not getting into cafes because you need to book in advance. We happened to go to Japan during the cherry blossom viewing season, and the first wave of tourism like allowed back into Japan, and a lot of people had enough time to plan their trip back to Japan. So there were a lot of people in Japan, especially Tokyo. All right, this is Chunitham, which is a rhythm game, a music game, because I was told Hikaru, I was like, I know we're going to be traveling around a lot. I need to get to a game center so that I can play my video games. Thank you. So I got to play Chunitham. Advanced mode isn't that difficult. That's one of the things I have noticed with like the rhythm games in Japan. They've made the advanced modes a lot easier from what I remember. Cause like it used to be a lot harder to play them, and especially if I'm like a level 1 newcomer and I'm like playing on level 5, like it was kind of rough because I'd like queue up the game and be like, oh, I should probably like play on intermediate first and then do advanced just to make sure, and then intermediate was like beginner level. So I don't know why that's a change on things. It does make the game a bit more accessible to people because you feel like you're able to do stuff a bit better, but like I had 14 misses. If this was Project Diva, I would not have passed the song. So, yeah. This is, I just took this picture because it's Sans Undertale. So, this was the Poppin' Music game one. This was just, I didn't play Poppin' Music, but it came up showing that they had this stuff. So I was just like, hee hee hee. And then we went up to the IDV Cafe. And then we couldn't get in because it was the last week of the cafe, and it was also a break time for a lot of students. So it was just completely booked up full, and we couldn't even get inside. So I even asked the staff, I was like, can I buy the merch at least? And they're like, sorry, the merch is only for people that are in here. Yeah, so we couldn't get into the IDV Cafe. Sadness, but look how pretty Hermit is. Not according to Keikaku. Well, there was a lack of Keikaku. And then Wuchang. Like, they're all pretty. This was for the White Day event. So it was like, White Day is the companion day to Valentine's Day, and White Day is when the guys give back to the girls that gave them stuff on Valentine's. So, it was all the pretty boys. Upset. Like, look at this. Look at them. Curses. Valentine's 2.0? Yes. Couldn't get into the IDV cage. Nope. Could not get in. And then they had little plushies of the characters in there too. And you could see like they had stickers of like the different abilities and like videos that were playing. Yeah, that's a crow. Yes, because the hunters have crows. They were playing various lore videos in the background. Oh yeah, I took a selfie with them. Yes. I'm not going to share my selfies with you because my face takes place with the selfie. And unfortunately, my hairstyle is very obvious, so it's very recognizable, which makes it difficult. Then we did go in, so in the building where, so this was in Shinjuku, that was Sweets Paradise in Shinjuku, and it's on the top floor, but on one of the lower floors, they have like a anime goods and merch shop where they resell stuff that people have like brought in that they haven't opened. So this was the IDV section, and they had it separated out by like the different characters, which was really interesting, especially since like I like Kurt and I like Violetta, and both of them get nothing. So Yup. But yeah, and then we continued on through the store, and the store had a whole bunch of different levels to it. So they did have like collab shops on one of the floors, and there's currently Shin Kamen Rider, the movie, is out. So there was a whole bunch of promo stuff for that. So there was an Evangelion and Shin Kamen Rider collab cafe, well, not cafe, a collab shop that had like screenshots and merch and a whole bunch of stuff. And we walked past it because I haven't seen Shin Kamen Rider, and I would like to. That's why. Ava gets collab with okay, when I was in Japan, is this the Animate store? No, this is not Animate. Nope. This is just a multi-story building in Shinjuku that has Sweets Paradise on top. So they have, while I was in Japan, I saw a Evangelion and Beatles collab, Evangelion and Radio Something collab, Evangelion and Kamen Rider collab. Beatles, yes, I have a postcard of Shinji that's like Beatles themed. They just put, Evangelion has collabs with everything. It's just, ooh, here's a collab, ooh, here's a collab. There's also, okay, when you see collabs, when you see like Hamtaro, what do you feel is the most appropriate collab for Hamtaro to be having? Radio Ava is their fashion line. It had a different collab one. Okay, Pokemon, 7-Eleven, Mouse, Burger King, Evangelion, not Evangelion, Hamtaro. Godzilla, yes, of course, Hamtaro and Godzilla collab. Yes, that is the expected collab you see Hamtaro in. Of course, yes, of course, it's Hamtaro Godzilla. Let me move to the side of it here. Tail move. Naturally, yeah, of course. It was obvious. Yeah. I did actually, there was a gacha for these as well, and I got a little green Hamtaro Godzilla for Nane because it's like this size. It's Hamtaro's face. I can't. I'm stuck. Hamtaro's eyes are open on it though. Yeah, so it's really cute though, and like they have keychains and super cute stuff. And so we went around Shinjuku, and then Hikaru got the notification from Bao that she had landed, and so she was going to come from Narita to get to our station. And so I was like, okay, we'll go and like get set so that you can go pick up Bao. And I went to Harajuku. And here's the picture that I wound up sending to two VTubers. I met up with Yua and Ray in Harajuku. And we walked down, like, because I knew that both of them were in Japan and they were near Tokyo. So, well, one of them wasn't near Tokyo, but she was planning to be in Tokyo during that time. And so I was able to meet up with her. And so, yeah, Yua and Ray, and we walked down the main street in Harajuku and like talked. There's an otter cafe that we saw, and unfortunately it had a really long wait line. Well, not unfortunately. Fortunately, it was apparently kind of a stinky place, so we didn't go in. But it was really cute because they had staff that were outside and they had like the otter out with them, and it was just like, dang. But yes, it was like we walked down Takeshita Street, and it was as busy as I had seen it like pre-COVID during New Year's time, which is busy. Very, very, it was packed full of people. It was worse than Disneyland. There were a lot of people. But, so Harajuku is separated into like two regions essentially. You have Upper Harajuku, where you usually see like the content creator videos where they have like the big LED sign and the crepe shops and the cafes and stuff. And then there's Lower Harajuku. And not a lot of people go to Lower Harajuku because it's more back alley-ish. But in this area, there is a big open air art gallery where indie artists can rent out a space and like show their things. And connected to it is a Okonomiyaki restaurant called Sakurate. And I really like Sakurate. And every single time I go, they have seating. So we went to Sakurate because it was open and we're Okonomiyaki. And you have a griddle on the table, and you order what your okonomiyaki is, and it comes to you raw, and then you cook it on the grill while you're talking to your friends. So I got the veggie one, so on top of this, there's onion and ginger and tempura bits and green onion, more green onion stuff, fried tofu, there's a whole bunch of cabbage underneath this. Okonomiyaki is a savory cabbage pancake, and it means like anything you like. And so the toppings are based off of what you like to eat. And then this is konnyaku, and konnyaku is kind of like a gelatin that's made out of a mountain yam. And it's like 0 calories, but it takes in other stuff. It's good. But this was with Yua and Ray, which was really neat meeting them in person because these are both two VTubers that I've like chatted back and forth and been mutuals with on Twitter since like probably like a few months after I started streaming. So it was really cool to meet both of them in person and hang out. So yeah, you have your little bowl here, and we all got our little bowls, and then you have to mix them up really carefully. And then you pop them onto the grill and you cook them. And so mine was okonomiyaki, and Ray got monjayaki. And monjayaki is more liquidy, and you get a little mini spatula that you use to just like scoop up little bits of it. Whereas okonomiyaki you have just as like a pancake. So, and then we did, that's the wrong layout. This one. Why is it pink? Because she put tarako in it, which is, tarako is the mentaiko paste stuff. It's little tiny fish egg paste stuff. It makes everything, cod roe, it makes everything pink. Inside a phone! Yeah, so here's with all of our models taking the stereotypical picture while we were waiting for our food to cook, and they were all like, DM, how did you manage to like, I have a little tiny Polaroid printer. So I took this picture with my camera that I brought and then sent it to my phone, and then I printed off Polaroids for them, and then at the end of dinner I gave them all a Polaroid. There we go. So this is how okonomiyaki looks when it's done. So you have okonomiyaki sauce you put on top, and then mayonnaise and seaweed powder. Instax printer? Yeah, you saw the printer? Of course! Of course! It's one of the best things. It's a nice little souvenir. Nothing was burnt? No. You can adjust how hot the grill is on the table. But you can, all of the menus here are laminated, and all of them are melted on the sides because you know that somebody accidentally put it on the grill or something. Oh my god, is that a hand? Yeah, so the monja, you just like keep on mixing it, and it's more soft instead of a full-on pancake kind of thing. But yeah, I'm experienced in making okonomiyaki, so I'm quite used to it. So here's the horror story part. So, while I'm at okonomiyaki, Hikaru is at the station to wait for Bao. It's about a 40-minute trip from Narita to our station. Bao's 40-minute trip became like a 2 or 3 hour trip because she got turned around and she didn't have internet because like 3 of the people in our group had Wi-Fi boxes, so everyone's going to be partnered up anyways, so we were just going to wait until then. So yeah, she took wrong train, and she's got like her luggage with her. It's her first time to Japan and like solo, and so I'm just like checking Discord while I'm chatting and having my dinner with Yua and Ray, and I'm just checking my phone and Hikaru being like, I'm not getting an answer back from Bao, and like checking Bao's last answer, and then I get a message from Yuzu, and Yuzu's like, DM, check your phone, where I can't because Bao had managed to find internet, and then she was able to contact Yuzu because Discord wasn't working. And so Yuzu contacted me and Hikaru. And so there's all this back and forth going on, and I was like, I'm sure everything will be fine because Japan is quite safe, but concerning to say the least. And so Hikaru finally gets Bao picked up and everything, and I'm riding on the train to go back to the hotel and meet up and everything. And it was raining too. And I'm like, Shoto's flight is due to arrive soon. And Shoto had asked to be picked up at the airport. So I was on, and he came from Haneda. So I was like, hey, Hikaru, I'll just go and pick Shoto up from the airport. Because, like, Hikaru hadn't eaten yet. It was raining. Bao hadn't eaten yet. She's exhausted. We misplaced our whale. Yup. So I wound up, I was on the same train line that would go directly to Haneda anyways, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go and get Shoto. So I went to the airport and I picked Shoto up, and met him in person, and was just like, hello, I'm here to get you because Hikaru is incapacitated right now. So I helped Sho get his Suica card. Well, he got a Passmo, which is an IC card that you can use to reload money onto so that you can just tap that instead of buying paper tickets. So we got everything taken care of there. Yeah, Shorika. Oh my god, there's an emote for that? But yeah, that's what yep. So I went and brought him over without much trouble, and then we wound up walking to we went to 7-Eleven, and it was raining a ton. And so yes, it was very funny. Because Sho was hungry, and he was just really excited to be at the 7-Eleven, and so I was carrying a little basket, because you can get like little baskets, they're like small size grocery baskets, and I was just gonna be like, okay, well, I'm gonna have like a rice ball, maybe I'm gonna get beer, I'm gonna get some snacks, I'll just put them in there, and Sho kept on like handing me stuff to put into the grocery basket because he wanted to try things, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna just take my stuff out and you hold the basket because this is full of all your stuff now, dude. The 7-Eleven incident, yeah, there is fan art. So it was raining a lot, and we decided to go without umbrellas because the 7-Eleven was really close to the hotel, and it was raining a lot. And we're halfway, like we get like half a block away from the hotel because it was like 1 block to get to 7-Eleven, and the rain just starts coming down in sheets, and there's thunder, and Sho is wearing a white shirt. And most of the time, when you see stuff happen, it's usually with the girl. The girl's in the white shirt. But Sho is the one with the wet t-shirt and goes into the... And the staff, when we were doing the checkout, they just, like, looked at him and were just like, heh. Yep, we were laughing pretty hard. But then we walked back, and, like, as soon as we left the 7-Eleven, the rain stopped. But is he ripped? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Sho is, like, legit. He is ripped. Like, I stand up. Yeah, Sho does, he works out. He's been doing, like, muscle stuff for at least a year now, I feel like. So, yeah, he's quite strong. So we got our hotel room and everything. We got everybody into the hotel rooms. We got snacks. Me, Hikaru, Bao, and Shoto, like, had snacks while we chilled in me and Bao's room. So Bao and I were roommates for the whole trip. So every hotel, it was me and Bao staying, which wound up working out perfectly because Bao and I, our preferences and schedules and timing for things for hotels and stuff, like, matched up, like, perfectly. So both of us like it if the room is... Yeah, so me and Bao really like the room being super cold, so we would get in, we'd turn the temperature to 18 immediately, which is as low as the air conditioners go in Japan. Both of us don't make any noise when we sleep. Like, Bao likes to... Bao will do this hilarious fake snore thing, and I would just be like, Bao! I know what it sounds like when you sleep! You make no noise! Who's the snorer? Neither of us. We just completely conk out. Completely dead. And, like, both of us were fine sharing toiletries with each other. We didn't really need to. And we both got excited about the pajamas that were in the hotel, because Japanese hotels provide like free size pajamas for everyone. The tiny rope barriers. Yeah. Oh, those were from my gacha pulls. So the first day when I was, before like Bao and them and Shoto showed up, the Shinjuku place had like some gacha. So I got a little mini camera, a mini payphone, a little tanuki soba set, I think. And then this is a little shochu set with a cup, and then a little craft beer. So gacha. And I also got the security tape stuff that Bao tweeted about earlier. Yeah, and so we all slept, and then people woke up early. Like, Shoto actually went to the gym in the morning, which I was like, you crazy, dude. Like, I understand you want to get your gains and your stuff, but okay. So yeah, but then we went to Asakusa. Here's the top of a pagoda. So Asakusa is a really big temple that is in the middle of Tokyo, essentially. And lots of people go there, and I don't have any pictures of just the temple because I've been there before. All my pictures include my friends in it. So I'm not going to be showing all of those, but yeah, it's just a big like shopping area. And I wound up splitting off because they were going to go get food. Bao, Shoto, and Hikaru were going to go get food, and then Shoto had... He was meeting up with somebody for streaming stuff, so I was like, I will simply go and find vegetarian food. So while I was walking around, I took pictures of stuff. So like, this is in Asakusa, so they have like a lot of the lanterns and things. Quite bright at night, yeah. And cool buildings with ukiyo-e pictures on the sides. I just like seeing all like the I like the architecture and like how different it looks from Tokyo's really, really high density. I think Tokyo has the same population as Canada, I believe. Let me double check. Population of Canada, population of Tokyo. Okay, not quite. Sorry. Canada has more people now. But Tokyo is 13.9 million and Canada's 38.25 million. So like more than a third of Canada's total population lives in Tokyo. Like, still close, still really close. Crazy. And so because they have that population density, there's a lot more use of space that's different from Tokyo City or Metro region. I think this is just Tokyo, the whole Tokyo area. Yeah. Metropolitan Tokyo. What about the greater Tokyo area? Probably greater Tokyo area, if you include like when it spreads out into like Chiba and stuff, then that's, yeah, it's big. Lots of people, small area. So I really like seeing the architecture and the difference in density and stuff. And when you have that many people together, it has different, it's different, you know? Yeah. So this is on the outskirts of Asakusa. There's a river over here, and it was cherry blossom season. There's the Skytree, which is what, third tallest building in the world right now? That you can like climb up, I think. It was really pretty, a nice little pretty walk. I found a really cute little vegan restaurant that could only seat maybe 12 people at a time. And thankfully they had an open spot. And so I wound up getting myself some food and a coffee because I was tired. So this was my meal at the vegan restaurant that had like a nice, this was my view, like looking out here. It was a kind of like one of those garage style, like little patio area. And then they have like a garage door that they can pull down to close it off. So this was my meal. So this is vegan fried chicken, curry, fancy whole grain rice, tempura, and then salt to dip the tempura in. I think I prefer salt for dipping tempura in. And this gives hope. Oh, capybara, there are a lot of options for you because vegan food is trending as a fancy healthy thing. So it's going to be a bit more expensive, but there are vegan options, which is good. Vegan fried chicken, what's up? Meat substitute? Gluten. Yeah, so that was my meal. It was really tasty. I enjoyed it a lot. And then after I ate my lunch, I went over and met up with Hikaru and Bao and Shoto again. And I think by this point in time, 2 more people of our group who are normies joined. So I won't name who they are because they're not part of like the streamer sphere. So did you end up eating more fish? Yes, I did. I did eat more fish. This was just a coffee place that the sign said it was in. That had been here since 1937. I was like, that's cool. Wow. Yeah, and then I should probably put that one there. Yeah, there we go. This is a temple that's in the park that is near Skytree. And initially we weren't like, I think in the plan it wasn't really to go up Skytree because Hikaru doesn't like heights, but me and Bao and Shoto were like, up Skytree! Let's go up Skytree! So we wound up going up Skytree, and they had a collab for Token Rambo. And Token Rambo is a mobile game where they make pretty boys out of swords. And I think this guy, I don't know the names of any of them. So this guy is him. And there's anime too. Yes, they have a live action movie for it, and so there was a collab for it. But the crazy thing with this, with Token Rambo, okay? Token Rambo is credited with Japan's museums having a spike in attendance. That's the real sword. That is the real sword. Has a spike in attendance because women would play this game. And then they would go to the museums to go meet their Oshi. Because their Oshi is a sword. Gotta see their husbandos. Exactly. Gotta see your husbando. So we bought the tickets that let you go to the upper deck as well. So this is the view down from Skytree from the highest deck. Which, let me see, tree observation deck height. Let's see. This is the upper deck. Yeah, the tower itself is 634 meters, which is 2,080 feet. And for the height of it, yeah, the main deck that you can go on where the Token Rambu boys were is 350 meters up, and then the next one is 450 meters up, which is the one that this picture is from, which is the highest deck that you can go on and see. What is that football field? That is the top of the shopping mall that's at the base of the Skytree. So it's actually a park and an aquarium down there. I jumped on this. Bao screamed. Why? Why not? Why does that make me a monster? It's designed for this. Do you know how thick this glass is? It's so thick. It's so thick. But yeah, aquarium down there's really nice. Yeah, I didn't go into the aquarium, but it was nice that like it was over there. There's a lot of aquariums in Japan. To give you an idea though, my daily average across the entire trip, which was roughly 2 weeks, wound up being 19,000 steps per day. That was the average across all the days All right. So if you go on a trip to Japan, please be aware you're going to be walking a lot. Okay. A lot. Yep. And then after Skytree, we went and met back up with Hikaru, and I don't remember what we did for dinner. Hang on. Let me check. Yeah, we went to the Skytree, took photos with the show and Bao, and then, oh yeah, we took a taxi back to the hotel because all of our feet hurt really bad and we didn't want to have to deal with the trains, so we wound up waiting for taxis to come and get us. And we had to go across 2 taxis, but it wound up working good. And then we went to Saizeria for dinner, which I've shown their menu before to chat, and Saizeria is Japan's take on a budget Italian restaurant. And it's just really cheap, and it has a whole bunch of different pastas and sides and stuff, so we wound up going to Saizeria. Can only recommend to get bicycles. Saibot, it was raining. That's part of why we got the taxi. It was raining a lot. The week that we were in Tokyo, it was torrential rain and thunder. Also, I know far too many people who have been hit by cars in Japan for me to choose a bicycle. Not typhoon season, no. It was just really rainy. So, like, one of my friends that I met up with in Nagoya, who was one of my, he was under the same company as me, and we would have training. Sometimes he was a different school, but another foreigner. Like, the past year, he got hit by a car on New Year's and broke his arm. So, it's so normal in Japan that they made a whole genre out of it. Yeah, and I know, like, I think of maybe the 15 people that I know in Japan regularly, a third of them have been hit by cars, which is far too many people. And they're like never at fault on why they got hit by the car. So yes. So we went to Saizeria. And then the next day, we were still in the same hotel. And we went to a Yamazaki Pan in the morning, which is a Yamazaki bread store. Oh, the night before, though, Bao and I were watching Japanese TV. And this was an infomercial for a mattress topper that just... The lady's outfit choice was really interesting. She had a flannel top that the bottom half of it was jeans fabric on both, like, the torso and her arms. And same on her legs. And they were all just really excited about this mattress topper. But in the morning, we went to Yamazaki Pan. And I bought a whole bunch of bread because I was really hungry. Oop, hang on a sec. Let me grab the one that's rotated. There we go. So this was at the bread store. We went in the morning, and I got an egg sandwich, which is freaking delicious in Japan. I can't recommend these more. Melon bread. These had different filling. This one had apple filling. I did not write down what kind of bread I had. But this one was tasty. It was really sweet, though. Bread, yes. Got to carb up for all that walking? Heck yeah, because we went to Akihabara on this day. We went to Akiba. Akihabara! And while we were there shopping... This was at the konbini that was right at Akiba, and they had Niji Sanji branded, like, chocolate wafer cracker snacks. So I was just like, Nini-sani! And we went to a Maid Cafe. We went to Maid Ramen, which is a Maid Cafe chain that is across all the major cities in Japan. And I chose that one because I knew it would be reliable. They have an English menu, and they're used to dealing with foreigners and stuff. They even had vegetarian curry, which I was really impressed by. So this was my meal at the Maid Cafe, which was surprisingly good. It was a veggie curry with soy protein, a little salad, and 2 chickies. Adorable, right? With little ketchup cheeks. And we had to cast magic on our food to make it more delicious, as you do. There was one of the people there, one of the other, like, the Maid Cafe was quite full, surprisingly. Well, not surprisingly, it's Akiba thing, right? But one of the tables ordered a live performance. So 2 of the maids did, like, 3 songs. It went on for quite a while, lip syncing. And Bao and Shoto both got light sticks, and like everybody, and one of the maid girls, oh my god, during the last song, she got up, like one of the girls is singing, and this other maid girl goes over and just like cracks 2 light sticks really fast and starts wodaing right in front of her, and I was just like, oh, angel. Woda is it's a light stick dance that's it's really good. It's so cool. I love watching Woda. It's hilarious. It's great. It's fantastic. And so she was just up there doing like full on Wodaing and like hardcore mode. I was just like, you're my angel. And all of us bought food sets that allow you to get a photo with the maid. You're not allowed to take pictures of the maids while you're just like normally in there, but you can get meal sets that include a Polaroid with the maid, and then you get to take a picture with the maid of your choosing. You're not allowed to touch them. You can just like say what pose you want. So I did a nyan nyan pose with my maid, and I chose the one that did the Woda because I was like, you're so cool. And then they decorate it for you too with paint pens, and then you get to keep your little thing. Oh, if you watched Oshinoko, that's what the babies did at the concert. Yes, that's Woda. Yes. And then we also ordered Russian roulette takoyaki. How much does that even cost? So there's a seating fee, and then there's the actual food fee, and I think it wound up being like $25 per person, and you have an hour and a half-ish of time. Total? Yeah. But yeah, so this is takoyaki, which is a dough ball that's cooked and has octopus in the middle. And we did Russian roulette takoyaki, so all of us, one of them was super spicy, so all of us took one takoyaki, and I took this one, and I found out later that Shoto actually wanted to take that one, but he wound up taking the middle one, and his was the one that was the super spicy. So he got the batsu, and he was just like, it's really spicy, guys. And then he blamed me because he was like, I was going to take this one and you took that one. And I was like, it sounds like a skill issue, but get skill diffed, bruh. And then, that was still the next day. What did we do? Okay, this is still Akiba. So after the Maid Cafe, people's legs were hurting a bit because walking a whole bunch, and that was the precursor to start the trip of walking a lot. Lots of walking. So much walking. Welcome back. Thank you. So we went to a game center because I was like, I've been doing steppies. I've been doing workouts. My legs don't hurt that much yet. I want to go play rhythm games. So we went to a lot of the game centers have like places where you can sit down because people who go to game centers often don't have the best cardio at times. Anyways, so they have places you can sit down. But this is a train simulator game. Yeah, it's a train simulator. Yeah. So it like looks like the whole setup for like a train, and it has multiple screens, and it was just really cool. And you just can be a train conductor. It's choo-choo. It's great. I played this game. God, what was the name of this one? I don't remember what the name of this one is. Somebody should recognize it. Ongeki. Yeah, Ongeki. And Ongeki also had the same like difficulty where advanced mode really wasn't that hard. But Ongeki, the way that it works is you have to fight, you have your squad and you fight a boss. So this boss was I was fighting Marisa. So you actually like have to beat her, and like it's interesting how the layout for it is. Ongeki is pretty fun. I didn't get a lot of pictures because I was playing the games. And then the moment you've all been waiting for, Akiba! Toho base? No, they have Toho songs. They also have Hatsune, like I killed Hatsune Miku too, because that was another one. It's very innovative rhythm game tech. Yeah, it's very cool. Ongeki's really cool. Weeb land! Yes, the land of the weebs. And you can see even here, like, this was a Sunday? No, Saturday. This was Saturday. And fairly early, like just around lunchtime, and there were still like a lot of people, a lot of tourists. Still got masks. Yeah, about like 95% of the people, I wouldn't want to say, had masks on still. Overcast too. I was so warm. It was so warm. But yeah, we met up with a friend. We met up with, I hung out with another VTuber. who was in the area as well, Rui. And so we met up with Rui, and Shoto was looking for a shock collar for a stream later. And we didn't find a shock collar, but that was pretty awkward to go through the shops and ask the staff if they had shock collars for dogs in Akiba. Because there's one store that you degenerates probably know exists in the area, that it's pretty much 6 floors of adult content and adult accessories. So we went into that shop and had to ask the staff if they had shock collars. Thank you, Joel. I hope you had fun at the con. I wasn't able to go because it was Easter. Oh, yeah, you came in at an awkward time. Yeah, that was an interesting store. Lots of, but asking the staff person and then being like, no, we don't have that. And like, you know what's bad? When the staff that work inside of like that kind of shop give you kind of a disapproving look as you ask a question. And you're just like, oh no. Getting side-eyed by the store employee, yeah, and you're just like, But then they split off to go and do stuff. Yeah, they were looking for more like shopping stuff. So Hikaru and Sho and other people split off, and then me and Bao just walked around. And there was a game fest, like a little one-day game fest that had a whole bunch of indie game stuff. So there was like Ib and Yume Nikki, so Dream Diary and Omori stuff, but unfortunately like the pins I would have gotten were sold out. But I was just like, this is really neat. And so Bao and I walked around, and they had a whole bunch of things set up so that you could try testing out games, and they had some new games that are coming out, and they had like this weapon from Atomic Heart. And you could play Atomic Heart, and it was just this whole little area that just had a whole bunch of games, and some were indie and some were bigger ones, and it was just really cool. They had Hollow Knight stuff too, and it was really neat. And Bao and I walked around, and we were just like, oh, this is really cool. And then Bao and I went to the Animate shop. Yes, I did go to Animate once. This is the one time I actually forgot about it. So Yua let me know there are multiple Animate shops throughout Tokyo, and they all have different amounts of merch. So if there's a specific thing you want merch for, you have to figure out which Animate has it if you want to go to Animate. And you will let me know that the one that was in Akihabara has a Niji Sanji section. So I went and I was like, look, here's all my friends. There's all my friends. Look, there's Ninar and there's Shu and Vox and it was just like, look at it. I'm covering up. You know what? He's a fake cat. I can cover him with my tail. But I was just like, look, it's my friends. So I actually wound up buying a couple of buttons, and I got the shoe acrylic stand. I would have bought more of them, but man, Niji Sanji, your merch, even like in Japan where you don't have to pay for shipping stuff, is expensive. It's expensive. These buttons, they're $5 each. Like, whoo. But Bao, like, Bao, when she got here, she was like being really loud, and I was like, Bao, we're in public, we gotta be quiet, because she was just like excited to see the Niji merch too. He has 4 ears then. Yes, he does, and his tail isn't even a real tail, it's a keychain. It's like a carabiner thing attached to a belt. Is there a Yu-Gi-Oh shop? Probably. I was not searching out the Yu-Gi-Ohs. And then while we were walking back to the station, because we were going to meet up with everybody, and then go to Ginza for dinner. This was whiteboard art at a computer parts store. Ginza, the fancy place. Yes, Ginza, which the gin in it is literally gold. I don't actually have... Oh, okay. So we went to Don Quixote, which you see in the Yakuza games. It's a real place. So Don Quixote is real. The Don Quixote is real. And it's got a whole bunch of different floors, and each one has different stuff. Yeah. Don Quixote. Yes. Staminams. Yeah, I got my Staminam. Here's my Staminam. It's Hatsune Miku energy drink. But I bought a whole bunch of skincare and beauty stuff. These are masks. This is hair oil. This I thought was like under eye sparkle and then attached to an eyeliner pen, but it wasn't an eyeliner pen. It's a shading pen to bring out your aegyeosal, which is a Korean term for that little fat pocket that you have at like the base of your eye, because it's useful and cute, apparently. That's like the trending thing, is to make that pop out and make it look like it's like more fatty because it's like cute or something. So I thought it was just like an eyeliner. I thought it had like an eyeliner thing because it was like One Day Tattoo, and I recognized that as being like an eyeliner brand. But no. I love looking sleep deprived. No, not the dark part, but like the little fatty pocket just above your eye bag. And then I got a whole bunch of really shiny eyeshadow because I am a crow at heart, just like many girls, and sparkly things capture my attention, and then I buy them. I bought like 6 eyeshadow palettes. Only 2 of those have matte shades in them as well. The rest of them are all sparkly. They're so pretty. Oh, and here's another gotcha. This was... So, there are more indie vinyl... So... Oh, okay. Backstory. There is indie vinyl toy production that is popular in Japan and other places, and it's called Sofubi. And I have an indie handmade, hand-painted vinyl figure that's called Denchitako, which has been produced produced in small batches, and then the artist actually like does the painting of the details, and that's my little blue-haired girl that I have on my desk when you've seen some of the pictures. But since like COVID, a lot of the gacha companies have been like partnering with Sofubi like indie artists to make little figurines to go in there. Not Garage Kit. Sofubi is vinyl. It's a vinyl figure. It comes like completed. So yeah, Sofubi, they're really cool. Like look into Sofubi. They're very neat. There's like creator fests and stuff where it's all like these indie vinyl things. Sofubi, like that. Sofubi. And then this one was a fox-themed one called The Fox's Wedding, and in Japanese lore, if it's sunny while it's raining, it means that foxes are getting married. So this is I wound up getting the groom fox, and I got the fancy version, so he glows in the dark. And if you get the wife fox, she has the other half of a red gate that goes over them too. And so I was like, this is cool. So I got it. So in Ginza, I split off from the group for dinner because they were having Kaiseki, which is something that will come up later. Kaiseki is a it's like a 5-course traditional meal, and the one that they were going to had steak on the menu for some of the stuff, so I was like, nah. So I wound up going to an Indian restaurant, and they had my favorite dish, which is... it looks a bit different here, actually, but it's malai kofta, which I usually, in Canada, it's usually more red. Not soup, curry. How long have you been vegan? I've never been vegan. I'm being pedantic. My whole family is vegetarian. I am pescatarian, but I prefer salmon and tuna. Bread and soup? It's not soup, it's curry. It's quite thick. Mango juice? It's mango lassi, which is a mango yogurt drink, and it's really refreshing and freaking delicious, and I love mango lassi. Good soup. Yes. Soup. It's not soup, it's curry. It was really good, though, and the naan was delicious, and I was very happy with my meal. And then they were still having the kaiseki course, though, because it takes a bit. So I went back to Don Quixote, because they're all over the place, and they're open super late. And these are all flavored soy milks, and I wish we had these. I would drink so many of them. I love them. Also, Heavenly, thanks for the resub. And Zentric, yes, thank you. So this is pudding flavor, oat milk, kolcha, black tea. This is green tea. This is just soybean. This is banana. Pistachio, macadamia nut, matcha, vanilla ice cream, fruit mix, banana. This is half the calories banana milk, and this is just full banana milk. Cocoa flavor and melon flavor. And so I wound up buying 2 vanilla ice cream ones because they're really tasty. But I love how all the signs are written at Don Quixote, like all of the pricing. It's very, very visually stimulating going into Don Quixote because almost all of the prices and everything are written out, and you can actually buy like graduation gifts and birthday announcements, and they will write it out for you like that. Share the story again why you dislike bananas. Well, you see, when I was a child, I got kidnapped by bananas. They were a bad bunch. They locked me in a basement and I was trapped there. And they tortured me and they tormented me, and I died there, and they buried me, and then I came back from the dead, and it was a bad time with those bananas, all right? Sorry to hear. Yeah, I recovered though. It's fine. Wow, thanks, Brian. This is one of the drinks that I had, which was a pickled plum sour. Yeah, pickled plum sour, and then here's a Sapporo behind here. And that was pretty tasty. And then Hatsune Miku energy drink, which I wound up drinking the next morning. It tasted like an energy drink. So this was just, let's see. That was the end of day 3. Day 4, to give you an idea of how the weather had been since, like, I arrived, this is what the weather was like. We went to Tsukiji Fish Market, which isn't the Tsukiji Fish Market anymore, because that moved to a different area, and now you just have a whole bunch of restaurants, because when the fish market was here, all of the fishermen would go and eat at these restaurants nearby, so they were known for being very cheap and delicious. Here's the Good Smile Hatsune Miku car. But yeah, they still have like a lot of food and a lot of really fresh stuff. And it's very pretty in the sense of like the architecture and the visuals and stuff. It was so rainy. It was so rainy. But we were wanting to get some food, and we didn't have reservations, and we were a group of 8. So we came across this sushi place, and one of the ladies was like outside, and so I went over and I was like, hey, I've got 8 people. Do you have space for 8 people? Which in Japan, that's difficult. That is difficult. Having 8 people is rough, but she was like, I spoken to her in Japanese, and she was very like brusque and very quick. Even in the States, getting space for 8 can be difficult. Yeah. So this sushi place, the lady was like standing out in front, and I was just like, because I speak Japanese, so most of the trip I was doing a lot of translation to help people out, because otherwise it takes a really long time when you're pantomiming, and I ain't got time for that. So, Shira, thank you! So we had to go up this little narrow staircase, and as you can see, these stairs are probably a violation of building code in North America, because you're supposed to keep all the stairs like the same height, and all of these were varying heights, which hacks you up, and I hope that nobody was ever intoxicated and trying to go down the stairs, because you would have died. Like, these are marble stairs. It's a narrow staircase, too. So I'm pretty sure that's a violation everywhere, not in Japan. So we wound up getting a sushi course. So this was the appetizer. Oh, here, let me show you the sushi course. Okay, before I show you the actual course menu, okay? I want you to price guess. All right, this is next to where Tsukiji Fish Market used to be. And you get 3 appetizers, 5 sashimi, and 8 different sushi. And miso soup. Okay? Appetizers, sashimi, and sushi. Chrono is pretty, like, correct on the money there. So it was 4,950 yen, which is roughly $50 USD, or cheaper with the exchange rate right now, for this whole course. Per person. With fresh stuff, like caught that morning. That's pretty cheap. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. That is pretty cheap. And no tip. You're not required to tip. So this was the appetizers, which was, oh gosh, it was kelp that had some kind of fish eggs on it. I didn't like it very much. Pretty sure that was tuna. And then these little fish that were soft and firm at the same time. I did not like the little tiny fish with the faces. I did like this one. I did not like that. But I also got I got a skewer, which this was fresh tuna and green onion. Not yakitori. No, this is tuna. It's tuna. Tuna and onion. Yeah. All fish. Tuna. Yeah, it's grilled tuna. And then this was the sashimi that we got. Which we had tuna, salmon, shrimpy boyo. This thing that I didn't like very much, I don't know what that is. And then hotate, which is scallop? Mackerel? I think mackerel. Looks like tilapia. No, there was no tilapia. But this was tasty. This was tasty. This was tasty. I don't like the shrimpy boyos so much when they're not cooked. It's all raw. Yes, it's all raw. And then this one tasted quite fishy, which is why I didn't like it. It tasted really fishy. I didn't like it so much. I was like, I tried like a bite of it, and then I distributed back to the group. And then this was the actual sushi that we got. Yet again, I'm going to be kind of useless because I don't know what all this stuff is. Kat doesn't like fishy. I am a recent pescatarian, so I've only been starting like fishy stuff recently. This was tasty. This one was okay. This one was okay. This one was tasty. It was like really, really soft. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. This is the unagi. This is the eel. This was bomb. That was some good stuff. The fish egg one, not my favorite. I donated this to the group. This one I didn't eat because it kind of freaked me out and I wasn't sure what it was. Super salty. Okay. It wasn't even that salty. Alien. Yeah, I don't know what it was. It's kind of like abalone. Might have been abalone. Could have been clam. I don't know. Not hotate. Not hotate. This is not hotate. Hotate is the it looks like a little kind of whitish pinkish puck. That's hotate. That one's good. I like hotate. Gooey duck? That is not gooey duck. Got the wrinkles? No, it's way too small to be gooey duck. It's probably abalone. I think it's abalone. I think it's abalone. Twitch chat, I missed ya. Y'all don't know anything and still talking. Same as me. Gooey duck sliced? No, it's way too small. I know what gooey duck looks like. I think it's abalone. It probably is abalone. As we do. I think it's cake. All right. And then after we had our lunch, we went over to we went to pick up our JR Rail Pass and then also get our tickets to Nagano. So, the JR Rail Pass, if you plan a trip to Japan, this is something that you need to register in advance before you get to Japan. And the JR Rail Pass is essentially a all-you-can-ride, unlimited rides pass that works with bullet trains across Japan, as long as it's under the JR company, which is the Japan Railway. And it winds up being like just about $100 for 2 weeks. And you have to pick it up from a travel service center, which is the only hiccup on it. But it's a really, really good deal. If you ride the bullet train like 3 times, you've made your money back. And it's really good, but you just have to wait to pick it up, which is kind of a pain. It works on only JR lines. So if you are TLDR, the Japanese railway systems are privately owned. And for a long time, they didn't talk to each other really. So you had different IC cards for all these different train lines, but now they've unified so you can use the same IC card. But stuff like the JR Rail Pass only works on JR owned lines still. So yeah, it's really, really convenient. Yes. Infrastructure. Yes. So we went and did the pickup, and then I met up with one of my friends from university, and me and her went to Ikebukuro Sunshine City, which is a really, really big shopping mall that we wind up coming back to later. But it has a Ghibli store in it, and it has a little calcifer. Yeah. And then here, you'll get one picture of me in my most, like, baggy outfit. I really like oversized hoodies, so unfortunately for like travel clothing and stuff, it just, you know, I'm a shapeshifter, right? There you go. Here's the one picture. My hair was freezing so bad because of how humid it was with the rain, but like there's Totoro. And you can see how like depressingly short I am even compared to the average Japanese woman who's behind me. Tiny. Just a little short being that is me. Which is it's kind of awkward for my friends because like I can disappear into a crowd and if I'm leading people through stations, it's like, wow, your travel size, yeah. And then I got more gachas at Sunshine City. This is a keychain that is oh, here's another Evangelion collab. This is like, if you've seen like the Gundam model paint jars, this is a collab with that company for Evangelion specific colors, but it's just a keychain. There's no paint inside of it. And then this is a little tiny zombie survival box that comes with a gun and a spare clip. And these are $1 coins, and they're roughly the size of a US quarter. Yeah. Gacha! I love my gacha. And then Ikebukuro Sunshine City is also home to the largest Pokemon Center in Japan. It takes up like an entire floor of this shopping mall, and it has the Pokemon Sweets Cafe, where you, if you're on TikTok, you see the video with them like, oh, you gotta like rub the stomach of the Pokemon here so that it pours out your drink for you. That's that one there. But the lineup for it was super duper long, and I don't got no time for that, so skip. And then the other floor has the world's largest capsule toy store. So pretty much it was just an entire like half of the floor of this massive mall. And it was just full of gacha machines. So I went through here and got more gachas as well. Thank you, Sandy. And Dwarf, thank you. And Tactical and Kinlisu, thank you. There was also the Shin Japan Heroes Amusement World, which was a display collaboration showcasing, because there's Shin Godzilla, there's Shin Kamen Rider, there's Shin Ultraman, and then there's Shin Evangelion. So there was just a big like display floor that had just a whole bunch of themed stuff that was related to all of these characters. So this is Kamen Rider's motorcycle. This shows you more of the collab stuff. So they had like little acrylic standees, and there was a whole bunch of promotional works that just had like all of these characters there. So it has an aquarium and a planetarium on the top floor. Yes. How many plushies of different Pokemon? There's a lot. So Pokemon centers in Japan, there's a whole bunch of them. Each Pokemon center has different mascot Pokemon and a different assortment of plushies to get. So it's kind of a pain. How much is gacha usually? Well, here's the IDV gacha that I wound up finding, and these ones were $3 a piece. And they were for keychains and cable holders, and these were pins, and these were bookmarks. Thank you, Chrono, and Rock Reckler, thank you. Kind of depends. Yeah, it depends. I also found, okay, English. So if you were, just say that you were a stationery company in Japan and you produce pens and you decide to have some innovation, which is a pen that has 2 ink pens, and you hit the button and both of them come up at once, and you can write with one color or the other color or both at the same time depending on how you hold the pen. What would you name this 2 ink collab pen? What would you name this? Just throw some name ideas out there. A pen that has 2 inks. Double pen would make sense. Bi ink. You want to borrow any twinks? Just this whole big display that was twink. I did not buy any Twinks. But in case you have friends that are searching for them, you can find them in Japan. Oh my god, I was just like, I had to stop and take a picture of it. I was like, Japan, please. Noted. Yeah, there you go. It uses 2 eyes so it's safe. Is it? Is it safe? I don't know about that. Do they have smaller ones called Twinkies? No. Twin ink. Yeah, yeah. More gachas. This one was $5 each, but they were acrylic stands, and these are hollow stars. But where's my Hollow Tempest? Where's my English boys? There was no English boy, although Roberu was here. I do like Roberu. And Shien. I like Shien as well. But this was in the gacha floor area. And then rode back on, after I said goodbye to my friend from university, we rode on the I rode on the Ginza line back to my friends. Yeah, I went to the thing there. Yeah, rode the Ginza line and we went to Ueno, and Ueno occurs again later. We went back to Ueno later, but this was the Ginza line, and they were having like a Ginza line history celebration thing. So there were trains on the Ginza line that were styled to look like they used to historically. And then they had, at a whole bunch of stops, they had these Ginza line archive things that were showcasing historical parts of the line. So this is one of the old turnstiles to get onto the train. And it was, let me see if I can zoom in on here. Okay. So this is a replica of the turnstile that was used at the stations between Ueno and Asakusa when the subway commenced operation, and it was 10 sen, which is 1/10 of a yen at the time. You would put a 10 sen nickel coin directly into the slot for entry, so you didn't buy a ticket, and this system was used until 1931. That's how long this train line has been running. Like, they changed the system after 1931. So that was pretty cool. Like, I have a degree in Japanese, and part of that degree involved studying Japanese history and such, but North America's recorded history and, like, history of Canada and history of, like, United States and stuff, in compared to many other places, is just not as long. So it's really cool to come across, like, really old history stuff. I know 1931 was, like, I know Canada was around before then, but there's stuff that was, like, older stuff that happened, okay? So we wound up going to Ueno Station, and inside Ueno Station, there is a shopping area called Ease Cute. It's just like Ease Cute. And we went there because there is a vegan tantan-men, which is a type of ramen that's sesame-based. But we didn't know that it was actually inside the stall, so we had to scan our JR passes and go into where, like, the train line is, because that's where the restaurant was. So we had tantan men, and Bao vouches that this was, like, her #1 favorite ramen across Japan. Which I was like, oh no, maybe we'll have to take you for another ramen tour later, because she had a lot of ramen, but she said the tantan men was the best one. This is completely vegan. Vegan. It's teas tantan. Bit too many seeds? No, it's delicious. So this was the golden tantan men. And then I got an additional set because Harune was with me as well, and she wasn't super duper hungry, so I got, like, the little side add-on for extra rice with gluten made like chashu, and this was a vegan yogurt with kinako on top. Tantamen so good. It's so good. So this had, I got this little add-on portion that had coriander leaves and vegan, it's gluten-based fake meat. And then, thank you, Emma. And then this was vegan cheese ball. And so you put all of these toppings into the rest of your tantan-men just to add, like, additional stuff to it. I like the vegan cheese a lot. And this was like $13. Vegan ramen? Yeah. And this was like $13 with all of these add-ons with it. It was cheap. Yes. How did you get yen? That was one of the problems when you left us. Oh, so what I wound up doing was what I was hoping wound up working, which is my main credit card allows me to do cash advances. So I cash advanced my my money. Celebrated Easter in Japan? Nope. I left before then. Cause Easter is an important family holiday with my family, so I left and visited my family for Easter. And also had the benefits of, having my, had the benefits of, being jet-lagged and having Mom DM around to take care of me and not have any distractions or any additional stuff to do, so. Family, yes. So this was the vegan ramen. Tantamen! And then, went back to the Henna Hotaru for our last night there, which we had a second one that we had gone to, which was the Asakusa one. I didn't get a picture of that one because that one had holograms instead of robots. But it had a ninja hologram and a anime butler hologram and a dinosaur, but the dinosaur was down. How's the jet lag now? You good? No. Yeah, so this was the view from the very top of the hotel, which is the Henna Hotaru in Asakusa. And you can see, like, just how tall the Skytree is compared to the rest of Tokyo. Like, there is nothing else that compares to how tall the Skytree is. Landmark indeed. Landmark indeed. It's very, very, very tall. And then the next day, we checked out because we were going to Nagano. Oh my god, there's a magpie on my windowsill. Oh, it's gone. Wait, that means I could befriend the magpies. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. There was a bird. I could befriend it. Okay, so here was my breakfast, so for Nagano, we had to go from Tokyo to Nagano, so we had a bullet train we had to catch, and then at Nagano Station, we had to change to a different train line, which doesn't go that often, so and then the Ryokan staff had a specific time they were picking us up, so we had to make sure that we got there on time. So we got our luggage and we got all of our stuff. And then we got our breakfast from Family Mart, so that's Famima. So I got these mochi mochi no camembert cheese cream pan, which is a soft, fluffy bread with camembert cheese cream inside. And then this is, I've talked about this before on my stream, I don't know if people remember, but my super soft chocolate triangle bread, which this is my... I highly recommend this. It's so good. It's so good. It's like, if you're the type of person that likes like dough, the consistency of the bread is so soft, it's like it's not cooked. It's delicious. But yeah, so we got on the train and the Shinkansen, and we went to Nagano. Nagano. And Nagano is where they hosted the Olympics in 1998. And we then had to go into this older part of the station to get on a specific train line that only runs during short periods of time. These are the ticket gates. Okay? You might notice something here. Do you see any electronics? Most ticket gates in Japan, you get your little, you put your ticket in, and it like feeds it through the thing and it opens the door for you. Or you tap your IC card and it goes through. Sensors? No. Well, this was not a JR line. This was a private line. All in person. So about 30 minutes before the train arrived, one of the train staff people would come over here, and they had a stamp. And you took your tickets out, and they manually stamped your tickets, and then you were allowed to pass through. Old school. Yeah, old school. And then we took the train out to Yudanaka Station, which leaving the station gate, you had to hand your paper tickets over to the staff. Did they have anyone on the train asking to check tickets? Yes, they did. Yeah, they verified to make sure that well, the way that they have it now is that if you have reserved tickets, they know that you are in a reserved seat, and they just check to make sure that seat is filled. So this was the view once we got out of the train station. Yeah, so this was an older train station because it's not a very populated area. Nagano's like not that Nagano's kind of out there. So we stayed at a ryokan in a place called Shibu Onsen, and a ryokan is a historical hotel. Well, not a historical, but a traditional Japanese hotel. And the one that we had stayed at was called Kanaguya. And Shibu Onsen is a long, well, there's two onsen towns on either side of this river. And it's essentially a long street for part of it that has a whole bunch of public hot springs and then ryokans up it. So ryokans are a traditional hotel, Japanese hotel. So Kanaguya is a 250-year-old hotel. And the street that it's on dates back to the Edo period. So this was the entryway to get in, and you have to give them your shoes, and they give you slippers, or when you want to walk outside, you have to wear geta. And this was our room. So this is a 4-person room, and this was all girls in here. It was me, Bao, and Moeka, and Harune. And there were little onsen manju in the middle. So manju are like a red bean paste dumpling, sweet red bean paste dumpling. And very traditional rims, smelled like tatami. And the way that it worked was we had set times for meals, for breakfast and for dinner. And we had to be at the dinner at a certain time, and the meal takes a long amount of time. So when you come back from dinner, they shift all the furniture around and you have your bed set up. They put their futon out for you. Are they just machiya turned into hotels, basically? No. Cherry Bomber. So this location started off initially as a metal like pipe and faucet creation thingy, but then was transitioned into being a hotel. A ryokan is a hotel. So this one was designed to be like a hotel after they stopped doing the production of the metalware. So this was yep. Oh, they had all the furnishings were quite old, but these were working telephones. They were set to look like the old-fashioned ones, and all of the tones were different. And this one, if you hit 9, you could call the hotel front desk staff, but it was just really cool seeing like the antique looking telephones. I thought it was cool. This was the view out of our window. Down here, this is one of the public onsen, and when you stay at this ryokan, you get a big key on a plank of wood, and that gives you access to all the public access hot springs along the road, and there were like 9 of them, I think. But yeah, and then there's like temples. There's a little foot bath over here that you can't see too well, and then it's just lined with like ryokans and small shops and various things. I took a picture of this was menu that you could. No, it's not a working one. It had buttons you push instead. You could tell that it was definitely more like family run type because some of the translations were not entirely accurate. So there was shochu made from potate, and you could order it in a grass with water or on the lock. Which, this is a classic case of swapping the L's and R's on both of them. So you could order shochu just in a glass with water or on the rocks, which means with ice in the jar. But I saw it and I was just like, oh no! It was cute though. Potate. Potates made with potate. I thought it was cute. That's why I took the picture. This was one of the little shrines that was, there were a whole bunch of little shrines and temples and stuff. I made everybody. So they have yukata that they provide you, and it's expected that you'll wear the yukata while you're staying at the Ryokan, and while you're walking around, because the yukata also advertise to the other shops and stuff which Ryokan you're staying at, because they're branded. I'll have to see if I have a picture of myself in the yukata with my face concealed. I don't know if I do. Maybe I'll decapitate myself if I don't have a picture that's obscuring my face and hair. Yep. Okay, we're gonna decapitate myself. Let me just decapitate myself real quick. DM steals her own face. Yeah, I'm trying to like snipping tool this. This is gonna be so awkward. All right. So this is what the yukatas looked like. This is what the yukatas looked like. This is my own howdy that I bought in Ikebukuro. They provided howdy for us though. And then we had sandals that they provided to us as well when we walked around. But yeah, so everyone in our group was wearing these yukata. I had to tie them for everyone because my group was like, how do you wear the belt? And I was like, okay, I got you. You're even shorter now. Yeah, I know, because I'm not wearing shoes in the picture. The other thing that was interesting about this town is like you could definitely tell that it was past its heyday. And COVID probably didn't help. There were quite a few abandoned buildings. I actually found a building that was completely abandoned and the front door was unlocked, and I really wanted to go in it, but I was with the group and that was too risky. I would have gone in. Oh my god, I would have gone in. It was just like a completely abandoned townhouse in the middle of the town. I wanted to go in so bad. But this one, I probably could have gotten into if I wasn't with the group and if I was wearing real shoes, but I didn't go in. Yeah, so that was one of the abandoned houses that was along one of the walks. Do you like ghosts? Because that's how you get ghosts. All right, listen here. I grew up next to 2 graveyards. Like little first grade girl DM had a little macabre notebook where I would write down the oldest gravestones I could find and the names of the people that were buried there. I went out there with a flashlight and a notebook at like nighttime and went into the graveyard to go check out that stuff, okay? I've never had a supernatural experience in my life. I've tried. It just don't work. It don't work. Yet I've been trying. I've gone to the Queen Mary. I've stayed in like haunted hotels. I've gone on like haunted horror walks. I've been to areas that like are supposedly super duper haunted and people like, yeah, no, never. Nope. I've never even been like in an area and suddenly gotten a cool chill or something or like gotten goosebumps randomly. Never. Never ever. Your girl just, I'm just not haunted. I'm the person to take with you if you want to go someplace haunted because I guarantee you nothing's gonna happen. I've been in an abandoned hospital before. Like, it's tough out here. Anyways, this was an abandoned shrine that, the reason why I say it was abandoned, it was not necessarily abandoned, but it was unmanned. The house that was along this walkway up that would have been where the family that cared for the shrine was definitely like no longer there. Maybe you're the ghost, maybe. I don't know. Rito, thank you. Digimon Shrine, pretty much. This was one of the guard dog statues. And then there was this little in disrepair shrine that was off to the side, that the whole pathway is like not cleared whatsoever. This was a temple that was taken care of, but there were some side ones that were just not taken care of at all. This was the view at twilight when we were walking back from stuff, because this was the day that we arrived, yeah. So we arrived, we walked around a bit, and then we got back, and Here you all can cherish this rare picture of my hand. There you go. They had craft beer. There was this one little shop that we called the orange shop because it was like half alcohol, half like snack things, and then fresh oranges. The fabled hand. Yep, there's my little hand with a little can. It's a normal size can. I can't actually like grab around a whole can. Okay. So this was a craft beer with togarashi, which is the Japanese pepper spice in the beer. And so it was like slightly warm at the end of it. It was really nice. Really tasty. Normal can? Yeah, it's a normal can. Here we go. Oh, here. So this was part of the literature that we got inside of our Ryokan. So Shibu Onsen Street. So we were at Kanaguya, that was right about here. And then this whole street and this whole area had different hot springs, public baths. And we had a key that we were given, and we could go throughout the entire thing and use any of the public baths we wanted to. Love the little mascot? Yeah, it's a snow monkey. Keep in mind, that's important. We'll come back to that later. Also, Kanaguya was one of the locations that there was a series that was involving like fox girls working at a Ryokan, and inviting, like, just taking care of people apparently. And that was the location we stayed in was part of where this was based on. So they had a whole bunch of like stuff and signatures from like various cool people that have stayed. And then we had dinner. Dinner's a Kaiseki course. So Kaiseki is a traditional multi-dish meal. So this whole long table was set up for our whole group of 8. And this one they had a little menu here. I have a little card here that says vegetarian no kata. So this is the vegetarian set because they were able to make substitutions for things. And if we go a little bit closer into the food, I can show you. So this was like the first course. Essentially, they brought more stuff, but this whole area here was mine. And so there was a pot here that had stuff cooking in it. This was pickled wasabi, various pickles, tofu. This was a traditional cooking teapot that had a broth and mushrooms inside of it that you were to squeeze I think this is shikuasa, which is a type of, like, it's like a lime, but it's a little bit different. And then smoked cream cheese, regular cream cheese, cooked asparagus. This was kind of a bean jelly with sweet potato in it, dried fruit wrapped around butter, and a little, like, I think it was a seaweed salad. So that was just like the first thing. Oh, and then we also had this little cup of, this cup here was an apricot sake liquor, which was really, really good. Like, both Bao and Shoto were like, this is delicious. And I think Shoto actually wound up buying a bottle of it later. And, yeah. Not save. Sake! Not save. I don't want to save the image. It freezes my app. Okay, copy image. This one. So they had an English instruction. So we had apricot wine, pickled wasabi, sesame tofu, appetizer, jibuni, which was the nabe. And they had wasabi that goes into the jibuni. And then sashimi, cooked vegetables, dobin mushi, which is the sudachi. Sorry, not shikuasa. Sudachi was the type of lime. And when the fire goes out, you put the citrus in, and then you drink the broth out of the cup, and then you eat the mushrooms that were boiled inside with the broth. Also deep fried tofu and soba with Japanese yam, and then additional stuff. So this was our dinner course. Those drawings are cute, right? So this was the jibuni. So once the fire went out, you were ready to eat. And mine had a whole bunch of tofu in it and a whole bunch of like veg and stuff. And they had wasabi to add to it, which helped, like, it was really tasty. And then you had a second bowl for you to scoop out because it was really freaking hot. The nabe, this nabe pot, like, it's freaking hot. So you had another bowl for you to separate out your food so that way you didn't burn your mouth on all of your food. And then that was the soba. And then we also had this kind of thick soup with fried stuff in it. I had fried tofu in mine. I didn't like the pickled wasabi that much. I like the normal wasabi more. But this is the decimation. Good soup. Good soup. And then the dessert was a very traditional Japanese dessert. No, it was New York style cheesecake. It was delicious. So then we had our dinner. And then after the dinner, we went and walked around outside a little bit more. This was how the building looked from the outside. And this was the 250-year-old segment of the Ryokan, which our room was on the opposite side. And it was this Ryokan had multiple additions added onto it, but our section that we were staying in was still part of the original building. So yeah, this was where we stayed. And it was gorgeous inside. You could hear like the creaking of people's footsteps through the place. And then once we finished our meal and we went and checked back into our room, and they had moved the furniture over and set up our futon. So that's how we slept. And then here's another view of the futon. And then they had I think that night. Oh, by the way, if you would like to know how this place smelled, I invite you to go find a sulfur rock and just inhale that. Like all the water smelled like rotten eggs. Water from the tap smells like rotten eggs. Everything smells like sulfur because it's hot springs. It's natural hot springs. Everything smells like sulfur. We wound up buying bottles of water from like vending machines because Japan, for the most part, has very drinkable tap water. But this place, it was definitely like the water that came, like brushing your teeth with it, it was like sulfur. Take you to Sulphur Mountain, it would probably remind me of this place. No, Tyrellis, no worries. So then in the morning, the sunlight came through the window and went through our paper screen doors that were closing off the balcony area. And so we had a whole day in the onsen town. So in the morning, we had breakfast. And so this was our breakfast schedule that we had. And we had, I have in my journal here, Tuesday, March 28th. Still didn't figure out where to get drinking water. Still didn't figure out where to get drinking water because we didn't have like all the taps, it all smelled super sulfury, and we were just like, I don't know where to get water. So we wound up, there were vending machines along the road, and we wound up getting water out of those. It was like $1 per bottle, which was fine. But this was the breakfast, and the breakfast was tamago kake gohan, which literally means egg on rice. And then a little tofu nabe for me here. These are all variants of pickles. That's a pickled plum. This is pickled like cabbage mix, a salad. And then this is grated yam that gets very, very frothy and has a very slimy consistency. But generally when you have tamago kake gohan, you would put your egg and this into this bowl and mix it up, and then you can put the soy sauce in on top to season it. Yeah. So that was our breakfast. So we loaded up on breakfast. Oh, and then this little thing here, this little greenish one, it was a little tray that inside had little packs of seaweed so that you could eat your seaweed with it. Really nice filling breakfast. We could have as much rice as we wanted. Those are stringy ones. This was the Ryokan in the daytime. So that nighttime view picture I showed before, this was how it looked in the daytime. Is the egg raw? Yes, it is. Thanks, thank you. So this was the Ryokan, a 250-year-old, running as a Ryokan for over 250 years. So traditional hotel for over 250 years. There was a little pond over here with fish. So we finished our breakfast and we were walking around, and we decided that we wanted to go to, which city is it in? It's in Shibu Onsen. The Ryokan we stayed in is called Kanaguya. So if you look up Kanaguya Nagano, you should get the page for it. right outside the front of our Ryokan across the street, they had onsen tamago. So these are hard-boiled eggs that they boiled just with the hot water that comes out of the hot springs. And they had a basket inside here that they would cook the eggs in, and then they had a basket up here that for 50 cents you could get a hard-boiled egg. And then you had like a little trash bag that you could take too, and you could just like walk around and peel and eat your eggs. So Bao had quite a few of those, so did Shoto. They were both really excited about the onsen tamago. And then this is, I shared this picture on Twitter earlier because I was like, wow, Japan's so aesthetic and Japan just existing. Were tattooed people allowed in the hot springs? The public hot springs, no. They had signs that said no tattoos. I still went in, but most of them didn't have people in them, so it was fine. For the onsen in our building in the Ryokan, I do have pictures of they had 4 private hot springs in there, and then they had 2 public ones, and one was a rooftop one. And when there were people in those ones, I just made sure that my leg was pointing towards the wall and went in anyways, because it was just on my ankle, so. The lawbreaker, it's literally just a fancy picture on my ankle. It's fine. Yes, but then you can see this sign here, 4 kilometers to the Snow Monkey Park. So we walked up, and this was like in the morning. I think our breakfast was at 8:30, so this was around like 9:30 a.m., 10 a.m. And all the stuff I had seen was like, oh yeah, it's about like a 1.5 hour, 2 hour walk to get to the monkey park. And I was like, okay, cool. So we're walking around. I'm still slightly jet lagged. And we see the sign here that says Jigokudani Monkey Park, 2.4 kilometers away. Forest route to the monkey park. Now, we saw this and we're like, okay, let's go. And it was me, one of the normal friends, Shoto, Bao, Moika, Harne. Hikaru and the other person decided to stay. So there's an important thing on this sign. By the way, Jigokudani, that is hell. That is actual, like, Jigoku is hell. It says hell. It is Hell Valley. So, yes, J-Master, you found the hidden part here. So, we are all in yukata, wearing our normal shoes, because we knew it would be a walk, so we bought our normal shoes from the Ryokan staff. But we're all in our yukata. Road closed. This is important. We'll come back to this later. This is a very important part of our tale as we continue our walk. So, we start on through the forest route. And let me tell you, most of the walk looks like this. Absolutely dead silent. Dead silent. There was a shrine along the walk that had a PVC pipe torii gate in front of it, which I thought was really cute. And yeah, so we just we keep on walking. Now, I'm the member of our party that speaks Japanese. And like I checked and I was like, okay, the sign said this way to the monkey park, Jigokudani Monkey Park. Okay, so while we're walking, I'm just like constant bubble of anxiety that I am possibly leading our crew along a forest road through the middle of nowhere to hopefully the monkey park. Every now and again, though, we would get a little sign, okay, Jigokudani, 1.2 kilometers. All right, we'd walked a kilometer by here. We get around this corner. There's a single asphalt truck and maybe 6 road workers that are repaving a segment of the road. Now, please keep in mind, our party, no member of the party saw the road closed sign that I showed you in that initial picture I took. It's one of those pictures that I look back on and I'm like, it's kind of like one of those ghost sighting pictures when you're like, ah, it was here in front of us all along. Here was our clue. It would have been helpful later. So I'm like, oh God, the road was closed. That's why. But can you imagine how this poor group of 6 Japanese road workers in the middle of this out in the middle of nowhere place, as they're working and doing their job, and all of a sudden, from the trees comes a group of people all wearing yukata. You are not supposed to be here. Exactly. So like, we freeze. They see us and freeze, and I was so flabbergasted that I couldn't even like say in like I couldn't even say in Japanese, like my brain was not working for Japanese mode, and I was just like walk forward and go, monkey park? And the guy like, wait, stop, you violated the law, right? The guy that was like the lead for it, I assume, like pauses for a moment and he like nods and he like shouts to the guys and they all like move off to the side. And some people are being like, well, why couldn't you just walk around? Okay. It's a little bit hard to see here in this picture, but if you see, this is just a sheer drop off. There's no curb space here. It just goes down. And it was less space than this section here. So we had to walk on this asphalt that they're like laying down. And I'm just like, my anxiety brain, of course, like rational brain was like, you just saw this Jigokudani sign. We know that this route takes us to Jigokudani. But now I'm going, oh God, the road's closed here. Like, we're not supposed to be here. Can we even get into the park once we get there? And we keep on walking, and I'm not seeing anything for the monkey park. And everyone else is just following me and trusting me because they're like, oh yeah, Girl Dam's reliable. Girl Dam, like, she knows the direction for stuff. And like, while we're walking, I quietly open up my phone because I brought my Wi-Fi box with me. And thankfully, the Wi-Fi was working. Like my portable hotspot was working. And I open up Google Maps. Google Maps does not list that there is a road where we are walking. And I'm going, oh God, we better not have to turn around. We've been walking for like an hour already. What have I done? What have I done? So I'm like starting to panic like internally, but I'm just like, oh yeah, we saw the sign. Okay, we should be okay. And then we get to a parking lot that is like closed off. But then this sign is here. And there's updated stuff on it, and it says that it's open, and there's a route to get there. So we have our little you are here section, right? Let me adjust this picture so that I can give you a better view of this. Okay, hang on a sec. Okay, we have our little monkey park map here, okay? All right. So you are here. Here's the pay parking lot. The parking lot was completely closed. Like, the power was not on to any of the vending machines. So this one was the route to Shibu Onsen, which is where we were. And then there was the other route that was Kanbayashi Onsen, which is the onsen town on the other side of the river from us, like right next to it. So you are here, and then we have to take the steep and narrow stairs, and then we could get over there. And then this is the other trail, and then there's a dead end here, right? But like not clear info. Also, here's the bathroom. Our route does not have bathroom, okay? So I'm like, yay, okay, cool. Steep and narrow stairs. We have to take the steep and narrow stairs. Hey guys, does this look safe? We're all in Yukata, by the way. The temperature has dropped quite a bit more because we were up in the mountains now. And from this view, we can't see the monkey park anywhere still. But thankfully, at the top of these steep and narrow stairs, there was a sign that says Monkey Park. And we get along the area that reminded me a lot of hiking in Germany with these little tiny, like, here's your protective barrier for your children. It's spikes with really old rope. But this is the Monkey Park area. Emotional support railing. Yep. 100% safe here. Totally. And then over here was this is a Ryokan up here as well. And we have this Ryokan this is Korakukan, and it was established in 1864. Like this Ryokan here established in 1864 as a hot spring resort. Ryokan. So this area is called Jigokudani, Hell Valley, because it had a whole bunch of natural geysers, and now there's only one geyser really left, and it shoots water up like 20 meters in the air, and it's 90 Celsius, and like lots of sodium, sulfur, and calcium in it. And they have to clear the minerals away from the mouth of the geyser, otherwise it'll stop it up. Looks like the place in the anime Shiki, right? And the baths here are next to the river because like the onsen water would flow down near the river, and then you could take water from the rivers to help make it so that humans could sit in the water. But that's also where the monkeys would come in. And so the monkeys would play in the baths, and park officials wound up making their own baths for the monkeys, which eventually was made into the Snow Monkey Park. So from this view, you can see like the newer add-ons, but from here, like, you can see some of the more like older looking buildings. Now, obviously, none of these are the original buildings. If you look a lot at Japanese history, Japan has a lot of historical fires. I can guarantee you, like, almost every single culturally, like, important heritage building in Japan, pre-World War II destruction stuff, burnt down to the ground multiple times, either because lords burnt it down or there was just an unfortunate accident and they burned to the ground. Fire! Yes. So it's highly possible that this is not, none of this is the original structure from the 1864, but it was established there. Yeah. Kajira! Yeah. So then we went to the monkey park. So the Snow Monkey Park is this little, a snow monkey park. And so you go there and you can observe the snow monkeys. Here's a monkey. You're like, wow, look at that snow monkey. Whoa, look at that. Using the 3x zoom on the snow monkeys here. So what you can't really tell from the pictures as well here is, let me find that picture. Ah, there it is. It's hard to find it. Here's my leg. Here's the monkey. So the monkeys were right there. Like, here's a person's foot. Like, they're right there. You're not allowed to touch them, but, so here's one of the monkey hot springs. And, while we were observing, so I only got a picture of, like, the before. Bao actually has some video of when it happened. You can see this little blue hat here. So these people were standing next to the monkey hot spring, okay? And monkeys are semi-territorial. They'll fight with each other. Two of the monkeys fought with each other. One of them jumped on top of this person's head with enough force that it flung the hat off of their head. And then, of course, they screamed, which made the monkey freak out. And the monkey jumped up into the air again and then jumped off of their head. But, like, they are right there. And then they fed them while we were here, too. So, like, the monkeys just ran down, like, off of this mountainside to get the food. He's a baby! He's a baby! Look at the baby! And then here's a better picture of, none of the monkeys actually went into their hot spring, but this one was washing an apple that one of the caretakers gave him, and he was just, like, nomming on it. Look at the babies! They're 2 babies! There were so many baby monkeys. They were really cute. They were really cute. Just a little guy. This is like, I have so many pictures of monkeys. Like, I took so many pictures. It's just, yeah, I have a lot of pictures. I'm not going to show you all the pictures of the monkeys. I'll just show you the ones that are the best ones. Yeah, but then we went down the normal walking route to get back into town because we were starting to get quite hungry, and we went to a udon place and fried chicken place that was along the road, the Shibu Onsen road. And so I got zaru udon. So zaru udon, you have like the udon noodles, and then this is a little bit more concentrated broth, and you dip them into the broth and you eat them out of the container that way. and then like some ginger and some green onion and edamames. Yeah. How was the udon? It was really good. It was really good. And then people got fried stuff too. And then this is one of the public baths. So it has like this wooden inner area and then just this little wooden water flow area, and the water was really, 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 really hot. But there's nobody in it, which was why I was like, cool, I can take pictures. Got lost at a train station for an hour. Oh yeah, I was messaging him being like, you're on the wrong train, you need to turn around. Why does that look so rusty? This is wood. It's not rust. Seems small though. Yeah, this one could fit like 4 people decently. And so I went here with Moika and Bao, and there was a hose that was attached inside of here on the opposite side. You can't see here, but it was over on this side. So we had to use the hose to cool down the water because it was way too hot for us to sit in. But yeah, we went in there and sat down. Very sulfur smell. All wood, this section all wood, and then it had tiles, and some of the tiles were covered up by this wood paneling, which is, I don't know what happened there. That was before we got there. And then like concrete flooring. And then this was the walk up from that the public hot spring after we ate. And then continuing the walk up this street. And this street cars drive down. This is a car road. Two-way traffic. The bus goes up here. Like, it was crazy watching people drive. How? Yeah, right? Two-way traffic. Two-way road. Yes. Normally when people were going down the other way, like one person would like pull off to the side so that they could go past or back up. It was just like, ooh, okay. And then we went back to the Ryokan, went Nagoya, and I was done socializing for a bit, so I decided to go disassociate in the private bath that they had at Nagoya. So they had 4 private baths, and it was ever who got there first, and then you could lock the door and stay in there as long as you wanted. So this was the doorway, and so you have baskets to put all of your stuff, and then the flooring was really interesting. It had like rocks and wood in it. Definitely not good if you are vision impaired or intoxicated. But yeah, so this was the bath itself. This was large enough probably for 2 people, and it had like a seat edge and then like a deeper area. And this is inside of the original structure as well. And so pretty much the way that it works is you sit on this side. There was a little wooden stool and a little wooden bucket. And you wash yourself off first, and once you are all washed off and clean, you go and sit inside of the hot water. And can you guess which one is the hot spring? Which one's the hot spring tap? So you and Bao? No, I was by myself for this one. I was ready to disassociate for 2 hours. So you get to see my hand again. So I brought another beer with me, which was the same Togarashi brand, but this was a Yuzu Togarashi one. And so I brought a beer with me, and the window opened up into an abandoned property. So I just sat by myself and drank a beer. Yeah, it was nice. Did you buy some tattoo patches? Nope, not at all. I kept looking for them. I didn't find any. And so I just said, heck it. If somebody has a problem with it, they'll tell me. So that's what I did. I didn't have anybody that actually even noticed the tattoo, I think. So, and then after my bath, I had another craft beer, and this one was the little Nagano mascot guy. And then we had our second Kaiseki course. So this was our dinner Kaiseki. And this one was sukiyaki. JM has tattoos. I have a tattoo. I have 1 tattoo. So this was the next Kaiseki course. And so we had 2 sukiyaki pots and a whole bunch of other sides and such, and more of that apricot wine. And the way that sukiyaki works, you have your broth here, and this heats up, and then you put your veg in first, and that, like, you cook the veg and it flavors your broth, and then you put the meat inside of that. So that worked out fine for me. This was my little vegetarian bowl, and then the bowl of veg for everybody else. And so I just cooked all of my stuff first and fished it all out, and then everyone could cook their meat, and it was fine. This is not hot pot. This is sukiyaki. Hot pot is different from sukiyaki. So this was my view here. So we have ginger, apricot wine, sesame paste for dipping the veg into from the sukiyaki, yuba, which is tofu skin, which happens when you boil soy milk. It makes a skin on the top, and you can harvest that and make it into yuba, which is delicious. Black beans, asparagus, this was a kind of sweet, like, vegetable salad. More of my fruit leather paste stuff. I don't know what kind of fruit it was, wrapped around some butter and ginger and green onion for going on top of your sukiyaki stuff. And other people got like meat here and some fish. And then this was my plate of veg. And then the dessert was matcha jelly, and these were dango that were made with soba flour that was unique to the region, and then honeydew melon. It was really tasty. It was so good. Freaking Sho was in love with these dango. He was like searching for them the entire rest of the trip, and I was like, it's a regional specialty, dude. You're not gonna find it anywhere else. I'm so sorry. That's a very Japan thing to happen. Oh, another picture from the hot spring. So after we finished our food, we went back to the rooftop onsen, which was separated with a wall. So there's like a shared pool, but the whole thing is like separated for men and women's side, and it's outside on like rooftop level. Ours had a gun. The boys' side didn't. The gun here is because sometimes the monkeys would go into the hot spring here, and if you need to scare them away from the hot springs and then also call the staff, there's a monkey gun here. We didn't have to use it, but it was just funny that it was there. Look at this little guy. Model gun mo go yo kudasai? Yo kudasai? Yeah. That's the formal form of please use this model gun. Yeah, and then the door had this rope on it too, so that you could close it off so that people wouldn't the monkeys couldn't get inside, pretty much. So yeah. And then this was our final night at the Ryokan, and there was an izakaya that we had seen, which is a Japanese style pub bar, but it unfortunately was really full, so we didn't wind up going in. It was completely full. And then we saw a tanuki in the wild. So this is a raccoon dog. And they are known for being very shy, and there are quite a few like Japanese people I know that have not seen wild tanuki. And we wound up seeing a wild tanuki. Val posted about it. Yeah, she was like, I want to see a tanuki. And I was like, they're really hard to find. And then this one was just like out there. And like everyone at first was like, is that a cat? And I was like, that's a tanuki. Oh my god, that's a tanuki. So nicer raccoon. They're not actually like super genetically close to raccoons. And then we had our final breakfast. Yeah, final breakfast. Final breakfast. Here it is. Which had a soup, and then there was rice, and then there was Japanese omelet. And this is a Japanese vegetable salad that's slightly pickled, and more pickled stuff, and pickled plum, and seaweed salad. And this is a fried tofu, because I didn't know how much like meat stuff they would have, so I didn't want to be like, oh, so I'm pescatarian, which means I don't eat meat, but I do eat like I didn't want to deal with that explaining, because like I already had to translate for the little like bachan, like the old woman mother of the onsen. Like every time we had dinner, she would come and kneel to my left side and explain to me how the meal was supposed to be eaten and what the things were and where they came from. And she had an accent, and I'm just sitting here like being like, oh god, I gotta translate this for everybody to explain how to actually eat our meal and how this is supposed to work. So but she was very sweet, and she was funny, and she kept being concerned when we wouldn't we would all get really full on the kaiseki course, and then we couldn't eat like rice. And she was like, you're not gonna have rice? Are you sure that's okay? You're not gonna have, are you sure you don't want rice? You don't want rice? Are you guys okay? I was like, no, we're full. We are very full. We cannot eat more rice. Oh. Sorry, thank you. And Yuki, thank you. yeah, so I was like having to translate and I was just like stressed out of my mind a little bit on it. But then we finished our trip and we had to get onto the van, and that took us back to the station, Yudanaka station. And then we went back to Nagano, and they have this little market area with goods that are made from like Shibu Onsen area. So this is apple juice made with the apples that are grown in the region where we were staying. So I was like, oh, that's cool. And then we took the Shinkansen and we went to Nagoya, which wasn't super far, but I was awake the entire thing, and I made sure that everybody was also awake so that they could we could get to our hotel. So our hotel in Nagoya was really pretty. It was Nikko style and nice big bed. Gosh, yeah, I love the trains in Japan. It makes it so easy to travel around. The bed is massive. Well, it was for me and Bao. It's not as large as you think it is. It was like two twins put together. Maybe a little bit larger than a twin. But yeah, so we went to I think what it's called, like Rakuraku, which is so Nagoya is my old haunt. I know where everything is in that area. So I was just like, yay, Nagoya. So I knew where everything was. I took us all to Rakuraku, which is a omurice chain. And they have, this was a vegetable omelet one that had like a veggie sauce and a fresh butter bun, which is really good. We did not touch each other. Me and Bao are both like similar heights. We had plenty of space. Don't worry. Yum. Yeah. And then, other members of the group wanted to do laundry. So me and Shoto went to Sakae, which is, Sakae literally means like profitable, which it's kind of like the Ginza of Nagoya. Is that a whole potato? Yeah, it's a little potato. So this is the spaceship, the Sakae spaceship, and it's this big structure that was made for like a World's Fair or something, I think. And the top floor has this spaceship section, and this is like a radio tower over here. A little potato. 80, thank you, and Cloudmasters, thank you. Yep, and then, here, there you go. There's a small blurry DM for you. That's all you get. You can see I wear glasses. And I'm only sharing this one because I'm getting new glasses soon. Tiny blurry DM, there you go. Computer enhance! Yeah, in Nagoya. Tiny blurry DM. And then we went to the Pokemon Center because Shul really wanted to go to the Pokemon Center, and I bought a Pikachu cookie set and a tiny Pikachu tail and a Pikachu mini ice cream spoon. Yeah. I didn't go back to that, please. And then while we were walking around, I wish I would have had time. They had a Made in Abyss Maid Cafe. Like, look at this. But unfortunately, I didn't have time. I couldn't go. Made in Abyss. But no, I didn't have time to go, and I wanted to, but I didn't get to. Nanachi! It's too good, right? Welcome back, thank you! We wound up going to a cheese restaurant in Nagoya that I think it's called, like, Love and Cheese. Like, supposed to be like Love and Peace, but Love and Cheese instead. So I had cheese fondue, which in hindsight wasn't a great idea because I'm lactose intolerant, but it's fine. And then also had cheese milk tea. So this was a cheese foam on top. But it was fine. I knew we were going back like immediately to the hotel, so it was fine. And then in the morning, Bao and I got up early and we did our laundry. And so this is a Japanese laundry machine. This cheese milk tea was good. Oh my god, it was so good. It was so tasty. It was like with cream cheese, so it was like cheesecake tea. How'd they get those bar stools inside? I don't know. Kind of crazy. Japan. Sounds good. It was really good. It was so tasty. That's a common lactose intolerant sentiment. It's fine. Yeah, it's more like you just give up. Yeah, what did we do? Yeah, we went to Nagoya. Rakeru, that's it. Yeah, did laundry with Bao in the morning. One can be tolerant to dairy products as house. Wow. Amazing. Cheese Cafe has location small Winchester. No, I think, I don't know where else it's at. I simply bought new outfits that she didn't need to have to do any laundry. Our schedule was really busy with moving across like a whole bunch of different places and checking out, so I didn't get as much time. Like, if you saw my this is the Japan haul picture, I didn't actually have like a lot of clothes in there because I didn't really have the time to go to the stores and go and have the time. Like, I would have needed like 3 hours because you have to try clothes on and there's a whole bunch of different styles and stores. So, heard you met Mao too? Yes, that's coming up later. Packed schedule? Yeah, it was a packed schedule. How was your Japan trip? It was good. I'm giving the recap now. Oh, but, so, okay. Side story. When I first got to Japan, when we got to our Asakusa hotel, there was a convenience store in the first floor of it. And at that convenience store, there was this new, so a lot of times when there's like a new skincare brand, they'll put like a little display in convenience stores first, so that they can build more awareness around it before having it being like in like regular shops. So there was this little 1 night, 2 day tester pack for like the skincare stuff. And I was like, oh, so I bought it because it was like $3 for the pack, and I was like, oh, I'll try this and then see how it is. It was great. It was amazing. My skin felt so amazing afterwards on my face skin. I was like, this is great stuff. I need it. And so thus began my quest to find the full-size bottles. So wound up finding in Nagoya Parco building, I wound up finding there's like a higher end cosmetics on the first floor, and they had this skincare stuff after I checked like a whole bunch of places and like a whole bunch of other makeup stores and cosmetic stores and skincare stores, and they didn't have it, and nobody knew what I was talking about because it's a new brand and I hadn't taken a picture of the display when I first bought it because it was a one-off thing mentally. Finally found it, and it was while Shoto was with me, like while we were checking Sakai stuff, and he was like, what is this stuff? And I was like, it's really good skincare. And so he bought himself the tester pack, and the next morning he was like, I need some of that stuff. So then both me and him for the rest of the trip were looking for more of these bottles, and Bao actually wound up being the one who found them. And she would just let me and him know anytime she found bottles, and we'd just be like, oh. So I have 2 sets of the lotion and 2 sets of the serum, so that way when I run out of one, I can start using the next one and then hopefully find it listed online or schedule another trip to Japan to buy more bottles. So, side story, tangent, taken, done. Yeah, it was really good, and I'm very happy that I have extra bottles. What brand is it? It's called like Mitea, Mitea. Is that a calculator? Yes, that's a real calculator on the left. Yes, so that you could calculate your price of your stuff you want to do. So this is a laundry machine, and it washes and dries. Now, you might be looking at this being like, where do you put your detergent? The detergent is included inside of this. So based off of how much laundry you put in there, you choose which course you want. So this is dry only. This is wash. Dry only, wash only, and then wash and dry. And depending on how much laundry you have, you can choose if you want to do the 45-minute course or the 60-minute course. And then you put your money in. And the only thing was it's a bit expensive. This was $11 for one load, but this is a jumbo size one. So this fit all of my laundry in it, thankfully. So yeah, me and Bao went here and we dropped off our laundry. And then we went to one of my favorite coffee chains in Japan, which is Komeda Coffee. And Komeda Coffee started in Nagoya, which was why I brought everybody in the group over with me. So they started in Nagoya in 1968, and Komeda Coffee popularized something that's pretty common in Japan, which is called a morning set.
Wow.
And a morning set, and most other places in Japan now usually add on a small fee, but Komeda, it's still no fee for it. And up till 11 a.m., any drink you order has the option to come with bread, and then your choice of butter or jam, and egg salad or a hard-boiled egg. included with the price of your drink in the morning. So you get your coffee, and your coffee's like $5 or something, and then you get like a whole meal with it too. So we went there, and then we split off. Me, Bao, and Shoto split off from the group because Yua helped me to get reservations to go to the Niji Sanji Cafe. So we went and we waited in line, and both Bao and Shoto were like a little bit nervous that people would like recognize their voices because they're VTubers, right? And they like people in our group especially like have played with these people before, and I was just like reassuring, and I was like, I'm pretty sure it'll be okay, you'll be fine. And then it turned out that like almost nobody was here for the Niji part of the collab. They were just here for the all-you-can-eat part. And then everybody like calmed down a bit more after that. So I wound up getting Aster's bubble tea and Kyo's waffles. And I will tell you, the food looks really cute. Quality was so mid. Oh my god, the boba pearls for the bubble tea were they were like chewy and not great. Here's more pictures of our food at the collab cafe. So any coffee that you got, they would put a different character on. So mine wound up being Scarlet, was randomized. Bao got Scarlet's beef stew. Sho got Kyo's waffle set as well, and Ren's coffee jelly drink, and the Renzotto, which was a risotto that had octopus in it. I don't have a picture of it, unfortunately. And then Kyo's soda was a blue soda. But yeah, Kyo's was like the only palatable. Everything else was quite mid, but that's kind of par for the. It's Sweets Paradise. Sweets Paradise is an all-you-can-eat, like, kind of cheap place that is popular with a lot of high school students because of how cheap it is. What are those white round things? Ice cream? You eat other VTubers now? Heck yeah! Look, it's just like Madoka Magica. And then they had gacha as well, so I bought some keychains and stuff, and then those are in my haul picture. My Japan haul. And then we went to Nagoya Castle, and it was cherry blossom season time. So lots and lots of cherry blossoms. So we headed over to meet up with the rest of the group who had gone on ahead of us to Nagoya Castle for the cherry blossoms. So Cherry Blossom Festival. And here's part of Nagoya Castle. And they had a whole bunch of stands set up along this back area, and it was just all food stalls and various like festival things. So I got dango and gohemochi. And gohemochi, this is a specific type of grilled so when you make mochi, you beat the heck out of glutinous rice until it gets to a very like smooth paste, but gohemochi is like you stop halfway, so you still have some like rice grains in it, and then it has a sweet miso sesame sauce that is slathered on it and then grilled. Gohemochi. And then this is mitarashi dango, which is dango that are grilled with a sweet soy syrup on it. And then kinako, which is soybean flour, which has sugar in it. So these are, yes, it was delicious. I had my mochis and my gohei mochi. Here's another picture of Nagoya Castle. And the two whales on top are famous. And there's a female one and a male one, and they're both made out of gold. Very famous. And then we took a tour of one of the buildings because I think the main castle was closed, but we might have just like misread the stuff. But this is one of the side halls that got refurbished, and they used digital imagery to determine how the paintings would have looked in their prime, and then they made reproductions of them so that you can get an idea of how lavish the palace was during the time period in which it was around, right? That's all carved. And then this was not this way. Okay, this was one of the rooms, so the lord would be in this raised section, and then like the visiting retainers and visiting lords would be in the lower section. It was really cool. It was pretty. Look at this guy's hat. Yeah, went there. And then we went to Oskanon next. And Oskanon is a temple that's in the middle of Nagoya. Fancy hat, yeah. Someone attached an order to his hat? Yes. But this is a big, look at all these chickens. So this is, this more Oskanon. And, this little kid in the blue shirt kept scaring away the pigeons. Like, Bao got some of the pigeon feed, and she was trying to feed them, like, over here later, and this kid kept running past all of them, and she was getting mad. She just wanted to feed the birds, and this kid was being a little garbage kid. Do most temples work off donations and stuff? I'm not entirely certain. They do make a lot of money, though. And then this is Manga Kukan, which is the manga artist cafe that I've told you guys in stories before. This is the storefront. It's on the second floor here, and you go up this really creepy hallway. And when I went up it the first time, these lights were broken, so it was pitch black and terrifying. So that was I didn't take any pictures inside that I can share, but I did take a picture with Tencho, the store owner. His hair is all completely white now. Yeah. And then after we went into there, we stopped by Solo Pizza. And Solo Pizza is a Italian pizzeria that has competed against in like the world competitions for making pizza in Italy and has won multiple times. They've won 3 times now, I think. And now they're Michelin starred. And the last time I was here, they were not Michelin starred, and now they are. And you can get a little personal pizza and a glass bottle soda, and it's $10. That's not a minor thing. No, it's not, but it's a really, really good pizza place. Yeah. So it's how many do they have? I have no idea. I can see, let's see. I don't know how you can tell. Search Solo Pizza. How do you tell? I don't know if it's a 1-star or not. I'm not sure, but they have a Michelin star. Most likely 1 star, probably a 1 star. I'm not entirely sure how I'm not sure how it works, and also I'm not sure what gives a tire company the discretion to determine what's a good restaurant or not. But we still follow what they say. And then afterwards, we went to the antique cafe that I like, and they focus on hojicha and matcha drinks and sweets. So we had that stuff. And then I split off from the group, and I went and met up with 2 of my former coworkers who were under the same company as me, but they had different schools, and I met them at training, and we did shabu-shabu, and we had a lot of alcohol, and it was really fun catching up with them. One of the guys was the one that I told earlier that he got hit by a car. Simply started, yes, they want to promote travel, and so, but the thing is like, you can't even drive to Solo Pizza. He's still kicking? Oh yeah, he got hit by a car, but he broke his arm, but he was okay. And here's a picture I took when I was intoxicated, because I noticed that it was a drugstore and it apparently has a cafe, but the fact of it being called The Drug Cafe, I was kind of like, my intoxicated self thought it was really funny. So yeah. The drug, right? And then in the morning, I went to a cafe with one of the normies in my group, that he had found that was, everyone else was like tired and packing. And so we went to the Sunday Fuller, and it had, danethos, so that's Danish dough waffles, and a latte, and a little homemade yogurt, and, yeah, ice cream and waffles and stuff. And that was really tasty. So I had that. It was really good. And then we got on the, did I hear Danish? Yes, it's a waffle made with the Danish pastry dough. Yep. And then we went to Kyoto, because Kyoto is quite close to Nagoya. So it was only like a 30 or 40 minute trip. And let me just, here, I'm just gonna screenshot this, because I was taking a video on the Shinkansen. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take a little Shinkansen video. It'll be good. I can like put I did not do anything that was like, I was gonna vlog. I brought my vlog camera with me. I did not vlog. But here, let me show you something that showed up on my video. So that's a cult building for the Happy Science cult. And yeah, so that was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Happy Science. Yeah. Yeah. And then like right past this one, like a block down and half a block down is the Scientology building. I was like, maybe no. But anyways, we went to Kyoto next, and they have a whole bunch of these historical plaques and historical guide things. So this was for Izumo no Okuni, who is credited with the like start of kabuki before it was banned from women practicing it because they believed it lowered the morals of the people. But that's a whole different story. You're like a magnet for... How is that scary? I was on a train literally leaving the area. I just accidentally got it in video. Yeah, this was our hotel in Kyoto, and this is the hotel that I wound up buying the pajamas from because they sold them up at the front and they were really, really comfortable. This is also one that kind of gives me horror movie vibes because, like, look at this. This is some Last of Us stuff. Tomoe Gozen? No, this is Izumo. Izumo no Okuni. Yeah, so this was inside of our hotel. And then, so we had just arrived, we dropped off our bags, and I was like, okay, let's go to the Inari shrine. So Inari is the god of like harvest and such, and has messengers that are foxes, and is like tofu is usually used as offerings to the foxes and stuff. That's where like foxes and tofu, Inari sushi comes from and everything, blah, blah, blah. So there's the main shrine here, and Inari's main shrine is at the base of Mount Inari, which is a big, it's a big hill, and it's not, it's technically a mountain. But yeah, this is a shrine that's been around since before the 1500s. So the current gates, flanking corridors were from 1840, but there was an overall restoration in 1974. But yeah, I took a lot of pictures here too because I love foxes. They're my favorite animal. And going to this shrine was on my bucket list. I wasn't able to when I was living there previously because I was busy, right? So this one's holding rice plant and stuff, and it's quite busy. There were a lot of tourists. Like this was the view most of the time in the area. It was just people everywhere. And Electro, thank you. And Dragon Overlord, thank you. I hope you find some taste soon. So our group split off into half because we had 4 people that were kind of tired. And then there were 3 people with myself who were like, we're down for the challenge of climbing, which was me, one of the normal people in the group, and then Harune, and then Shoto. So Shoto was kind of like, he's kind of flip-flopping a little bit. He was like, I don't know, my legs kind of hurt. Like, it would be nice to go like shopping around and see some stuff too. And I was like, okay, well, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to go climb the mountain. And he was like, well, why are you going to climb the mountain? I was like, well, it's kind of like a personal challenge kind of thing. It's like a test of endurance, like to make it all the way up to the top of the mountain, like up all of these stairs, through all of these gates. It's like a 2 to 3 hour round trip to do this entire mountain hike. So for me, it was something that I was really motivated to do. And Shoto hears me go, it's a personal challenge, and he goes, it's a challenge? And I was like, yeah, it's a challenge. So if your legs hurt and you don't want to like climb the mountain because you're concerned about that, you can just go with the rest of the group and go shopping. And he was like, I'm going to go up the mountain. So we did, and I am so glad that we did. So the higher you get up onto the mountain climb, the more empty it gets, because more people give up the farther along it is, because it's a lot of steps and a lot of gates. There are 30,000 of these red gates throughout this Inari. There's 30,000 of these gates. And the whole hike up is like this. Is the whole path paved? Yes, but there are a lot of stairs and they are uneven steps because they have been around for a long time. Why are there a lot of gates? Because it's just the thing of the shrine. And as you are walking up, there are a whole bunch of mini gates that are dedicated to other things as well that people have made offerings to. And so you can actually pay money to have your, like, aspirations written on a gate, and different amounts of money mean you get bigger gates, and then those get offered in front of the shrines as well. The bibs are on the foxes to indicate, like, respect and that the shrine is cared for. So, but just as you're walking, so this is what most of the walk, like, it wasn't this narrow, but the ones that were like, this was a side path to some more shrines up on the side. And then this was at the first tea house. So there's multiple tea houses along this hike that you can stop at. And they all are run by different families, and they all have different souvenirs at them, which was just like, oh, what's the next shop? What's the next shop for me? So it's a very historical place. Like this shrine has been running since like before the 1500s, essentially. That isn't so bad then. It's a lot of stairs. It's a lot of stairs. And when you have been walking 20,000 steps every single day and your legs are already hurting, it's a lot of stairs. But pretty much, so if you look at literature and lore around Kyoto, Kyoto is said to be like in a bowl because it's essentially surrounded by mountains, and then you have Kyoto in the middle and all the shrines and stuff. So as you go up like the mountain, you get a really good view of Kyoto and that whole area. But also as you go through, it just gets more and more empty as more travelers kind of give up on going through this hike. Yeah, it was just like, it was really cool. I was so happy to finally do this hike because it was like, it was on my bucket list. I've been wanting to go here because I love foxes, and going up a mountain on like a paved path, dream come true. Mom Damn likes to hike, but her hiking, quote unquote hiking, usually involves like bouldering at some points. And I don't like that much. I don't like skidding down the side of a mountain slope. Like, I don't like that much. So yeah, this is all with my iPhone, by the way. I had a smaller camera, but it was too much work and I did not carry it. Yeah, so this was a fountain. So water came out of the bamboo that was inside the fox's mouth. I was just like, it was so cool. There's so many fox things. I bought a lot of fox stuff. And then like, here's a general view of your hike. A lot of the time it was uneven steps up, 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 up. And then more of the small shrines that we went past. And they had like these enshrined rocks as well. And here's more shrines. More mini shrines that were still upkept. It was so cool. And then one of the rest stops had hard-boiled eggs that was on a honesty system. So it was 100 yen for your boiled egg, and then they had salt and a little plate there, and you could grab stuff from it. You could grab your tea there too. If you wanted the beer, you had to actually go over to the tea house and get from there. No, Felis, no. I don't think that was Inari. That was a different one. Here's more of what the hike looked like. It's just a lot. 30,000 plus gates. Yeah, and then this was one of the tea houses on the side, and so they just live here, and there aren't roads up here. It's just this pathway. So I was just like, geez, how do you get your eggs up here? Does that mean, like, you freaking have to, like, hike up this mountain every morning? Thank you, Toaster. I figured since this 3D app is really scuffed, it's not good for gaming, but if I'm doing a just chatting, I can definitely do this one. Yep. So this was one of the things here, but they had the Tsurugi sword stone and Mitsurugi Shrine, which was, so they have like a whole bunch of different shrines all the way up to the top of the mountain. And so they have a whole bunch of different historical things. So the hand wash has a sculpture of a sword in it because there's a sword that was made in dedication and wound up being like this super duper amazing fantastic sword. Yeah, here we go. The Mitsurugi Shrine. This one on top. Is the Mitsurugi Ishi, which is one of the 7 Shinseki places where a god is enshrined and used. Yeah. It's big, fancy, and it's also enshrining the sword that was made by Sanjo Kojaki Munechika. It was given an order, and he made a sword that's called Kogitsune Maru, and Inari helped out with that. So there's this sword shrine there, and Shoto actually wound up buying like a little miniature sword from it. Grass cutter? No, this is not grass cutter. This is Kogitsune Maru. The sword's name is Kogitsune Maru. Grass cutter is a different one. Yeah, and then Shrine lore, yeah, and this is more stuff. Yeah, grass cutter is enshrined in Nagoya, actually. Yeah, because grass cutter is one of the 3 treasures of Japan. So it's the sword, the mirror, and then there's one more thing. I don't remember. I should remember. I did stuff on it. Why is it called grass cutter? That's the name of the sword. The jewel. That's it. The Magatama. Yeah, the jade stone. Yeah. So I don't remember where the mirror is enshrined, but it's Amaterasu's mirror. Amaterasu's mirror, which was shown to her to get her out of the cave. But grass cutter is a legendary sword, and that's enshrined in the shrine that's in Nagoya. It's actually called grass cutter? Yes, it's actually called grass cutter. It's Kusanagi. Yes. Does it cut more than grass? Oh, yes, it does. A legendary sword. This is the shrine at the top of the mountain. So there was a little tea shop, like a family-run shop there. And it's at the very top. You can go into this shop here, and they sell these little towels, and they also sell the little entryway thingies, but they were sold out of those. I wanted one of those, but I bought a towel instead. And if you buy it, you get a little card that's stamped with the date, and it says that you're certified that you climbed to the top of the mountain. Yeah. The mirror is an Issei. Yes. Achievement unlocked. Yeah, so all of us, all the VTubers that climbed up, we all bought one and took a picture together. And yeah, so this was more of the view of the shrine. Completed your cardio training, right? Are you gonna frame it? Yes, I am. But yeah, and then we continued our way, and we went back down the shrines, and so the route is a loop. So the way up is different from the way down, depending on what, some people turned around though, and I was like, what are you doing? Why are you going back that way? There's a way down the other way. But it was just like this the whole way. It was so cool. Look at this. How was Shoto after the climb? Oh, he was fine. We had to pause a couple of times for all of us to catch our breath because it was a lot of stairs. It was stairs. The way down was way faster though. Like a never-ending hallway, but cooler. Yeah. And then we saw cats in the shrines. And then there was another shrine that the family that was there, one of the women there is a designer. So at the Araki Shrine. And so she's one of the family members that runs the Araki Shrine, and she's a designer. And so I bought a couple of the designs that she had made. So I got the Kitsune Mikuji, the messenger fox. And then I also got this one, which there's over 30,000 gates, but 10,000 are built on the approach to Mount Inari from believers in it helping with prosperity of their business or for their family. So most of the gates actually have business names on them because they were donated by businesses to help them do good. Yeah. So this was died in Kyoto, and so I wound up buying a whole bunch of stuff from here. Oops, I don't want to close that. No, Miyano. No. It comes from Kitsune Mikuji, which is fortune telling. So they have little ceramic foxes, fortune paper. Omikuji is fortune paper. So Kitsune Mikuji is fox fortune telling paper. Much, much older than Miku. Ichi-sama, thank you. Kitsune Maikuru. They're cute. Yeah, I have one too. And then I think Sho shared, because I put this in the group chat as pictures to share, but this was one of the pictures that I took of near the base, one of the shrines, and it had cherry blossoms blooming. It was really pretty. It was so pretty. And then disregard the socks, all right? They're bows. She was part of the group that split off to go shopping. So I came back to this was our hotel room. And it was really nice here. It was so good. It was so pretty. She left her socks. But yeah, this was the room. It was super pretty. Zoom in on the socks. No. Oh, here is all the stuff that I bought. Not all. Yeah. All the stuff I bought on the shrine walk up. So I got the 2 towels. And then this is a fan that has the same gate print on it. This is the fox, the fortune-telling fox. So it's a little ceramic fox, and inside of it, it had a paper fortune. This is a graphic tee that shows all the different, like, gods that are on Inari's mountain. This is it's used for a sake cup, but it's also a rice measure. And then this was one of the cheaper fans that I picked up that had a cute little fox on it. And then this is a handkerchief and 2 protective charms. What fortune did you get? I got medium fortune, and it was one that I actually kept because it had good stuff on it. I also got a bracelet that's got a Magatama bead on it. And then I set up a foot soak because my feet hurt and had a beer while I did my foot soak. That's what those boxes are for? Yeah, so you can drink sake out of them, or you can use them for measuring rice. And this is a really small one. And so I'm using this one now for measuring. I have a little 1-person rice cooker, and 2 scoops with this thing is just enough to make the right amount of rice for me for 1 meal. Adele, thank you. How was the alcohol? I tried quite a few craft beers. I think the best one was the one that was in Kyoto that I had. And I also like the Tokorashi was really good. Then Kyoto at night, and then we were trying to find a place that we could all eat together, but it wound up not working out, so we wound up eating separately. And so I went to Moss Burger, and since it was really busy, Kyoto was so busy. Like, do you see how many people are here? Like, this is at nighttime. Like, everything's like closing at this point in time. But this was the melon soda. Yep, melon soda. Yep. And then I got their fish style burger, but I didn't take a picture of it because I was really hungry, so I just kind of ate it. But it was plant-based. And then I post this one on Twitter. I think this might be a spoiler for Ishin, because isn't what's his face's character Ryoma Sakamoto? But apparently he gets assassinated here. Spoilers! But this was an area marking the spot where Sakamoto and Nakaoka died and got assassinated. So you're just like walking along, and it's like, this is the place where these 2 dudes got assassinated. And started the Meiji Meiji era. Like, there he is, Ryoma Sakamoto and Shintaro Nakaoka. Like, they actually just have the information of where this assassination took place. Spoilers, yep. And then this was one of the craft beers that I found. This one was okay. And then the next morning, looks nothing like Kiryu. I know, right? He doesn't have a snake monster wife? No. And then we went to a donut shop. Donuts! And had had donuts. I got 4 donuts, but that was entirely too many donuts. I wound up eating 3. Let me see if I can remember what donuts I had. Did I write down which ones I got? No, I didn't. Shoot. Okay. This one was with kinako flour and black sesame. This one had lemon, I think. This was red bean and butter, and then this was just a standard mochi donut. Here is a side view of the red bean paste and butter. It's just got a slab of butter in it. That's crazy. Yep, just a slab of butter. It's a common topping for toast and such. Whipped butter? No, it's just a slab of butter. It was really good though. It was delicious. And then this was my lunch. So, we split off, so I was solo for this lunch. Bao and I were Bao was gonna eat a snack here and before going on to like the pet cafes. But this shop was being run by just one lady and it was full of people and she was out of a ton of stuff. So I had ordered the salmon to start and she was like, we don't have salmon. And then I ordered, I was like, okay, well, I'll get a different plate then. Can you sub out anything for fish instead of meat? And she's like, oh yeah, I can do mackerel for this instead. But Bao, I don't remember what Bao ordered, but the lady was like, we actually don't have that. But this was tasty. It had this was Japanese dressing. I'm not sure what exactly was in it, but it was tasty. But yeah, I got a haircut and I had a quest for looking for hakama pants, but I couldn't find hakama pants. I did find München though. Here you go. There you go. It's München. I was like, okay, all right. Japanese soy sauce? No, it was not soy sauce. I did not go to any cat cafes. Yeah, München. And then just like, there's a whole bunch of different placards and things. I just walked around a bunch of places. This was a, there's a famous covered shopping area. And this place sold original block prints. Like, they had books with yokai and stuff, and this book was only $340 for, like, an original book. Thank you for the hype train! Are you showing us pics as Photoshop layers? Yes. So that way I can sort through them easily. Yep, and then I found another vegan cafe and I had my dinner there. And it was good. And then I took more pictures of shrines. I also went to a Loft, which is a stationery store in Kyoto. And this is the first Funashi mascot outfit. Like, this is the official, like, first Funashi. If you don't know who this character is, he's a very annoying mascot. But I think he's funny and he screams. So he. Funashi! There's like videos of him running away from explosions. But yeah, this is the first one. And then this was in Loft as well. I've seen like videos are like, wow, cool Japanese stationery. But this is a note block that as you remove the pages, it has like one of the Kyoto temples with like cherry blossoms and stuff. This is an $100 notepad. I did not buy one. Because as cool as it is, $100! $100 for this. Very cool, but $100! Was the store called Loft? It's called Loft, yeah. Is it made of gold? No, it's made of paper! Fancy papercraft. You could make it yourself if you wanted to, like, spend the time to cut it apart. Symbol status, yeah. And then this was 2 of the craft beers that I had. This one was actually, the coast was pretty good. And then this one was a fruit sour, and it didn't tell you what kind of fruit were in it, but it was actually a decent sour. I think it was the only sour I found during my stay in Japan. Yes, it's a pull tab on the bottle. Fruit flavor. Yeah, fruit flavor, I guess. And then after dinner and such, we all met up at an izakaya that everything on the menu is $3.50. So I got fried mochi, and French fries, and a jumbo beer. And the jumbo beers were the same prices as the regular beers. And this is ketchup. Any guess what this is? Any guess what this one is? Not mustard, not mayo, butter. Yep, it was just melted butter in a paper cup, which doesn't work out too well, but it was butter. It was just melted butter. Melted salted butter. How much beer did you drink during this trip? Yes. I think I had beer at least once a day. Usually twice. Sometimes more. Yeah. Lots of beer, because you could drink it outside. So I would go and buy. We'd be heading back to the hotel in the evenings, and I would stop in the convenience store and I would buy myself a beer, and then I would drink it as we walked back to the hotel. It was great. Fantastic. I miss Strong Zero? I don't. I have more taste than that. And then we left Kyoto and we went to Osaka. Look! I've been here in the video game, guys! I've been here! Arc Razor, you're a little weird. But yeah, so this is Dotonbori. And Sultanbori, yes. It's that bridge. Yeah! Where the street fights at. I was looking for the fights, but I didn't. But there were people like here that had like unofficial booths set up where they were selling like food and beer. And then I went with Moeka and Harne and one of the normal people in the group to a cafe. And these are matcha pancakes with, this is cherry blossom bean paste, cherry jelly, and this is white chocolate matcha on top. And we also split a salmon egg benedict. Yeah, it was, this was delicious. Oh my god, the strawberries were perfect. I don't know how they got perfect strawberries like that, but oh my god, it was so good. It was so tasty. And then we were still just our small group off to the side, and we're like, oh, okay, well, we can split off if we want to do our own things, like in Osaka. And I had found that there was a privately owned ukiyo-e museum, and ukiyo-e is the woodblock, the traditional woodblock prints. So the unique thing, so most of the people, you know, like Hokusai's Wave, right? And then like all the various pictures of pretty women, right? So the unique thing about Osaka's is that Osaka was home to like stage plays. A lot of kabuki happened. And so Osaka's ukiyo-e woodblock prints were generally popularized because the artists would make prints of all of the actors in their most popular roles. And so for the price of a bowl of noodles, you could buy like a fan picture, a woodblock print of a performer that you liked. You got a new React image from this museum? I did. I'll show it in a bit. But this picture here was from a play. Okay? And let me just read you the synopsis of this play. Okay? This here is from Tokaido Yotsuya Kaidan. Okay? This picture. I'll show you the text afterwards so that if you had a hard time hearing what I said, you can read it after. But while you have this image here so you can like understand the story, okay? Ready? Okay. Tamiya Iemon, a masterless samurai, wants to leave his wife Oiwa because she's not well after childbirth. He kills Oiwa's father and plots to divorce Oiwa and marry Ome to get a master. Oiwa is poisoned by Ome and her father and dies with her face melted and her hair comes off. Iemon kills Kohei, falsely accusing him for adultery with Oiwa, and he nails the bodies of Oiwa and Kohei to the opposite sides of a door panel and throws it into a river. Then, at the wedding with Ome, he kills Ome and her father, mistaking Ome for the ghost of Oiwa. Yomoshichi, the lover of Osode, who is Oiwa's sister, is killed by Naosuke, who loves Osode. Not knowing Naosuke killed Yomoshichi, Osode gets married to Naosuke. But after marriage, Osode finds that the fact that Yomoshichi is alive and Naosuke and Osode are siblings. Knowing the facts, Naosuke commits suicide. Iemon, being suffered by a nightmare that Oiwa has become a monster, finally gets killed by Yomoshichi. So here's the text so you can pause and zoom in on it here. This is freaking Game of Thrones right here. That's quite a lot of characters, right? So dude hated his wife after she had a child and a lot of people died of it. Yes. Yes. Basic rom-com then? Yep. The murder hexagon? Yep. And the hero of it is Yomoshichi. Oh, goodness. Daytime soaps. Yep. Pretty much. Well, it was a kabuki play. And then my React image that came from this museum is my face after reading this plot. It's so good. It's so good. Yep. So yeah, that was my reaction image that I got from this museum. Accurate, super accurate. But the fact that you could buy, for the price of a bowl of noodles, you could buy like a medium-sized print of your favorite actor in like historical like Osaka is crazy to me. Accessible art in full color. It's crazy. Here's more dotonbori or sotonbori. Like postcards. Yeah. Crab. So busy. It was so busy. There were so many people. It was really hard to start street fights because like the crowds wouldn't clear out because, you know, normally in the game you kind of get like a cleared out fighting area, but that just didn't happen. And like they added a thing in Yakuza now that if you like hit passersby, it makes the police come and they just end the fight instantly and you all lose money. So I kind of disagree with that, but they didn't even cheer. No, they didn't even like move out. It was pretty cool though to walk down the street there. They should clear up for fighting. Right. They patched out the street fights. Yeah, terrible, right? And then I got, this is fruit that's covered just in hard sugar. It was really good. It was so tasty. Like it was perfect. And then I didn't take pictures of any of the cabaret club pictures. I did see one of them, but this was for a host club. Moeka was like, I like Kuromu, and I was like, I like Sora, I think. Did you go in there? No. We were quite busy. But then this was this is the Don Quixote that's along the river, and there were so many people lined up to go on this Ferris wheel. I didn't even try for this one because it was just, there were too many people. And then this was our hotel room. Oh, one thing I did find is that they actually have a club specifically for League of Legends players and for Overwatch players and Valorant players. Yeah, I was really surprised by that. Like look at that. It's the BM club. I think Apex players could go in here too. That's crazy. For those of you who don't know, BM is short for bad manners. And then for dinner we had shabu shabu, all you can eat shabu shabu, and these are both rich soy milk broth because this side was for me, and this side was for other people at the table, and they wanted the soy milk broth too. But we had a whole other table, so we actually had 4 broths based with the splits. So there was just the one soy milk for me, and then 3 other broths for everybody else. Yeah, it was tasty. It was delicious. And then I had this bowl was for me to take the stuff out so I could cool down, and then this bowl was ponzu mixed with sesame sauce, which is my favorite dip for shabu shabu. Soy milk broth is really good. It's so tasty. Oh my god, if you have not had shabu shabu with soy milk broth, it's life-changing. It's so good. And then this was the picture from the next bullet train because we went back to Tokyo after we did Osaka. And we went to Yokohama. Oop. And that's tiny. The picture's not that tiny. There we go, Yokohama. And we stayed. Yokohama still had some cherry blossoms blooming, so this was from the walk over from the train station over to the hotel. What is shabu shabu? Shabu shabu is Japanese hot pot. So you have a pot of boiling broth and you dip vegetables and thinly sliced meat into it, and then once it's cooked, you take it out, dip it into sauce, and shovel it in your mouth. Are you comfortable sharing roughly what the overall cost of the trip was? I think, let's see. For the hotels and stuff, we stayed at some fancier places, plus the Ryokan was $220 per person per night, and we stayed there 2 nights. So I think hotels, it was like $1,600? And then the flight itself, I booked a little later than I should have, so it was more expensive than it should have been. So that was $1,500. And then I brought spending money. No, Kate, I have been saving up for this trip for 3 years. I've been saving up for this trip for 3 years. Like, I had the money for this trip before I became a VTuber. I was putting my money off to the side so that I could take another Japan trip. It's actually not that bad, yeah. Long-term planning and money saving, yes. If you stayed, and plus, if you stay at cheaper hotels than what we were staying at, it cuts down a lot on the price. And if you book a long-term in advance too, so if you book like 3 months in advance, you'll get a lot lower prices for hotels and flights. And that's for 2 weeks. That's not... Yeah, if I would have road tripped, I probably could have cut it down a lot more. Yeah, it's very possible to do a cheap trip. Yes. This was a fancier spending trip. I have not been on a trip that has been this fancy before in my life. I have never been on a trip that was this fancy. This was a treat. It will not be a regular happening. No capsule hotels? No. But yeah, our hotel in Yokohama was over like the top parts of this this thing. We're almost to the end of the trip, yeah. Taking steps. Most of the budget goes to the plane tickets. Yeah, it's expensive to actually get there. How much did you spend on gacha machines? I want to say probably about 100. 1 of 7. Someone didn't read the ads text. Air Canada prices. Yeah, it's quite expensive to fly right now. When will they invent teleport? I don't know. When will they invent, like, travel that doesn't require me to be on an airplane? Airplane. Rename it from airplane to airplane. We've had boats for a while. 3-month trip. There we go. Ads are done. You don't like planes? I'm fine with the plane itself. I'm not fine with the whole process of involving, like, getting there and the time stuff and having a whole bunch of stuff out of your control depending on whether or not you get anywhere on time. That's what I hate. Ishi, thank you, and Punderful, thank you, and Steppy, thank you, and Hongosty, thank you. I missed some of them, and Irishman, thank you. You could stream when traveling by boat, though. I don't want to be on the boat for like a month. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't want to be on a boat for a month. Yes, but this was the view from the Yokohama hotel. The Yokohama hotel was like, it was nice. It was a suite style, so it had like a kitchen and stuff, and it had its own laundry machine, which was nice because we needed to do laundry again, and then we didn't have to like leave and find it. You can stream on a plane now too. The plane internet is like satellite internet, and I've played TFT on that before, and you get like over 1500 milliseconds on it, and that is not playable. Yeah, and then we went to the ramen museum, which is in Yokohama, and they have 2 veggie ramens now. So this was the first one that was salt broth and had soy chashu, and it was really, really good. It's styled to look like a pre-World War II like neighborhood, and you line up at all the different ramen shops, and they have partnerships with famous ramen places across Japan that open up a unit here for a short period of time. So I had my 2 veggie ramens, and then walked around, and they have like, this is a dagashiya, a traditional sweets shop for kids, that they have the masks there and everything. And it has a really cool ambiance, and it's like $8 to get in, and then you can have ramen, and they serve the ramen in big bowls or small bowls if you want to try a whole bunch of different ones. It's all indoors? Yeah, it's all indoors. It's really cool. It's very tasty. And they have like a old-fashioned cafe, which I think I was moving. It's all really dark. So, and they also have the history of ramen, and it's pretty cool. I really recommend going there. It talks about like where all the ramen came from and everything. And then we took a gondola from our station to there's a big shopping mall called World Porters, and it has like a whole bunch of stuff themed after different places in the world. And then there was this big Ferris wheel here, and so me and some of my friends went up the Ferris wheel because it was cool. It used to be like really, really one of the tallest Ferris wheels. Now it's like the 16th tallest Ferris wheel in the world, which I think that's still a respectable number, don't you? But we went up there. It's called the Cosmic Clock because it has a big LED clock on the front. Oh, and then this is the picture that I took that freaked out Bao. Because I think she was in the bathroom, or she was like checking her laundry or something, and I went out onto the balcony to take this picture, and so she just comes out and the door is open and I'm gone. And she's just like, Luna? And I was like, I'm out here, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Bao. It was panorama shot. DM Doko. I was just taking pictures, and I was leaning off to the side so I could get a better view because I was taking a panorama shot. And then we went to Ikebukuro the next day, and we went to Sunshine City. There were a whole bunch of like a whole bunch of the stations are still under construction. So Shinjuku Station has a whole bunch of stuff that's still under construction. So took a picture of the construction. I met up with I split off from the group here, and I met up with one of my friends from school that lives here as well. And that's where I got my Ava bottle. This was a grape drink inside of it, and I'm currently using it as my water bottle on stream. Yeah, so it was like, I think, including the bottle, the drink was $19. Which, I think that's a little expensive, but I did get a bottle out of it. So, and it was an Evangelion themed drink, so I you know what, I think that's cool. Spotify's crunchy? Okay. I fix it. Hang on. Properties. Put this here. Properties. There you go. Yeah. Did you live in Japan before? Yes. Oh, and then I went near in Ikebukuro. I went to the loft there, and they had a collab with the Jiggle gun game. So I took this picture for one of my friends because he plays the game. And then they also had a Copic marker exhibition, and you could actually buy these illustrations that people had made, the original ones. So I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, took pictures for friends. I cleared out an entire vending machine of IDV keychains. I still didn't get who I wanted, though. I gave Valtzy one of the Adas, and then I have my Violetta Hunter one, and then I have this jerk. Gross. Sushi Dog, Vita Barraza art in that Copic exhibit? Oh, really? I don't know what their artwork looks like. Hang on a sec, let me see. I might have taken pictures of it. Oh, yep, I think. Hang on a sec. I'm trying to find one of her. Hang on, I'm scrolling through. Oh, no, that was. Wait, was it? Oh, I don't know if I got a picture of that one. I don't think I did. I can see her artwork on her Twitter, but unfortunately I didn't get a picture. No. But then afterwards I wound up going to a restaurant that's called Einsof, and it's completely vegan. And got way too much food just because it was a completely vegan restaurant, and I was just like, I can eat literally everything here. So, the macaroni and cheese, vegan. The clam chowder, vegan. The fried chicken, vegan. Everything. It was delicious. It was so good. The mac and cheese, like, Sho and Bao were both like, this is vegan? It's just so good. Ein Sof, like this. And here was my main course, so I had a Borg. It was a chili cheeseburger, and it was really, really good, and it made me very happy, and I was able to eat everything. And then the dessert was a strawberry tiramisu, and it was so good. It was so good. And I wound up bringing one over for Harney later. You like burger? I do like burger. What? Yeah, it was so good. It was so good. I was so happy. I was so full. It was so good. And then the next day we moved over to Ueno, and like, I swear, Ueno Station is like 3 layers, and it's very confusing to find your exits. But this kind of looks like one of the places you can drop an Apex, so I thought that was kind of cool. You know the one that has like the bridges, and then you have like the lower down area, like the bowl that you can like jump down to, and there's like boxes down there and stuff. I thought it was cool. Okay, it kind of does. Like look at this with all the pathways and stuff, and like little connector buildings and things. I think it looks like Apex. Yeah, and then this was Ueno, and you can see there's just so many people. It was so busy the entire time. In Storm Point? I guess that might be what it's called. I don't know the names of any of the Apex maps. Yeah. Ueno. And then after we got into Ueno and I dropped off Bao, here, this is Harajuku. This is what Harajuku looked like every time that I went there. So this is back in Harajuku. This is Takeshita Street. And this is where I went with Pomu, because I met up with Pomu. She had actually messaged me and she was like, "You're in Japan?" Eyeball emoji. And I'm like, "I am." And she's like, "I'm coming to Japan." Eyeball emoji. And I was like, "Would you perchance like to go get food?" So I met up with Pomu and we walked down Harajuku together. And then I took her to Sakura-te again. So I went to Sakura-te twice during my stay. And then this is what Sakura-te looks like when you go from the street side. But we went in through the art gallery side, which is cooler to go through. And Pomu had yakisoba, and I don't think she had made yakisoba herself before, like on a grill in a restaurant. So we read the instructions, and like one of them was like, "Now is the time for speed," and she was like, "Oh god." Oh. So yeah, we went to Harajuku with her, and then after we went to Sakura-te and ate, we walked around a bit more and chatted, and then there's a Uniqlo that's right near Harajuku, and so we went into the Uniqlo because I hadn't had a chance to go like clothes shopping yet, and I was like, because Pomu started off at Uniqlo, she was in the Uniqlo when I came to meet up with her because she arrived before me, and then I was like, do you want to go back into Uniqlo? And so she made recommendations to me on stuff to buy, and I bought everything she recommended, and all of it is really comfy and nice. So what's the echo smoking thing? So due to the Tokyo Olympics, they banned smoking in public in a lot of places. So now they have like smoking locations or smoking booths so that you can't just smoke for like freely outside anymore. Yeah. And then, was it still Sakura season? Yes, it was. Yep. Oh, and then I took a picture of the toilet in the hotel because I know the perspective makes it look larger than it is. The toilet's not that big. It's the type that when you sit down, you can totally lean forward and like just rest your head against the wall. So when you're really going through it, not much legroom. Yeah, not much legroom. So it's just like, yeah. The toilet of sadness, you can bash your head in. Exactly. And then the next day, I got up fairly early and I went and took a train out to Kichijoji, where I met up with my friend Jessie Naka, and we went to the park in Kichijoji, and there's a temple here, and we went and did our drop the coins in and clapping. The park has those are cherry blossom petals in the water, and they have like paddle boats, but we were there quite early. And we went to a shop that sells like power bead stone bracelets, like this, and we both bought stuff, and the people that were working the shop like blessed it for us, which was cool. And then I went to a place that's called Petit Mura, and this is a cat cafe, art gallery, handcraft shop, and regular cafe. Thank you, Vaso. Thank you for a whole heckin' year. Thank you. Forrest, thank you. Bodemeister, thank you. And cool, thank you. Free roaming cats in the cafe? We didn't go into the cat cafe portion. We just went into the regular cafe section. But this place was wild. It had multiple buildings inside, so this was a gallery that you could rent. The cat cafe was up this side, I believe, and then up this side was the gallery, and then on the left side was the regular cafe. So me and Jesse went into the regular cafe section, and this is what, like, the first floor area where you'd make your order, and then there was some seating behind, but it wasn't as cute. But then you could go upstairs, and they would bring you your food. And the upstairs looked like this, and these are all really short chairs, like these are normal height chairs here. These are just like super short chairs and tables. But Jesse and I are both short, so we both sat there together. Yeah. And then I had my food, and I had fish and chips. Yeah, see, eating fish. And then beer, a rosé beer. This was really tasty. And then olives. And I didn't take pictures of Jesse's food. But yeah, it was just a really cute, atmospheric cafe and gallery area. The gallery, like the handicraft shop was super narrow though. Like this was the view going up the other spiral staircase to the handicraft section. It was just a tiny little room. No space. Big olives, they weren't that big. They were small. Yep. And then we just walked back down through Kichijoji. This was a cherry blossom display that was there. Yeah. And then after I met with Jesse, I had to run back to Ueno because I was meeting up with another friend of mine who I found out is actually going to do English study in Canada, so I'll probably get to see her again soon. But I met up with her and went to a cafe together that was styled to be like a Showa era cafe and had licorice tea, which was tasty. And then I met up with a group of VTubers that I wasn't expecting were there because I had enough time. I met up with them in Yayokocho, which is American Street, which it's very, very busy there. Lots and lots of people. I didn't take many pictures in that area. But I met up with Twin Tails, Mao, Mary, and Uniho. And Mary bought us all beers and we drank in a park area. Yeah. And then, how are they doing? Doing good. They're all like, wish you could stay longer. And I had all of an hour to hang out. And then we met up I met up with the rest of the normal group of our friends, and we had our last like group dinner together. And we went to Gasto, which is a like family style restaurant. And there was a robot cat that would pick up the dishes and such, but our bags were in the way, so we had to move our bags because the cat robot couldn't pass by. And then afterwards me and Bao get back to our hotel because we had our hotel that I had booked because initial plans were we would all hang out we would all be like booked together until Ikebukuro, and then there were different plans for people because some people were leaving early. I was leaving early because I was going to go back to visit my family for Easter, and Bao was leaving on the same day because she was going to go to the convention, the UuCon one. So I booked a hotel room for her to stay with me, and Shoto also needed a hotel, so he booked at the same hotel because they had openings, and so we were all on the same floor together, and we were like just chilling, like relaxing, about to change into pajamas, and Bao gets a call from Shoto, and he's like, come to Ueno Park, bring ice cream. So me and Bao both leave our hotel and start walking over to Ueno Park, and Ueno Park is quite large. Like it's quite large. And so as we're walking up the steps that are near the train station, we walked through this. Yeah, Bao and I walked through the train station first of all, because there's a whole bunch of interconnected pathways, and it was like we didn't want to have to like wait and cross the roads for stuff. So if you go underground, you don't have to wait for cars. And while we're walking past one of the gates, there was, I'm presuming, was a couple, and the girl was mad. Like, she was standing, like, weight on one leg, like one hip side, arms down at her sides, like gripping her phone, death grip. And the guy was just standing across from her, and he was just like arms straight at his sides, just like clenching and unclenching his fists. And he looked terrified. And I just like look over and I'm like, Bao, Bao, this guy's getting reamed. And Bao's like, where? It's like, and we were walking past a post, and so we both like go past the post, and in that short amount of time with us like walking around the post, the guy just starts like bowing like a whole bunch, and the woman's expression hasn't changed at all, and we're just like, oop. And we continued our walk out, and we're like speculating on what could have possibly happened with like if they were a couple. That guy is like, I don't think he's got a girlfriend anymore. Lena, hello! Thank you for a year! 1 year, I hope you're doing good. I have caffeine chocolates I need to send you. I didn't get to send them off before I traveled. I have caffeinated chocolate for you. I miss you too! It's been so busy. I'm hopefully going to have a less insane schedule for a bit. Witnessing the end of an affair. Maybe. I don't know. But so me and Bao leave the station, and we're walking over to, there's these steps that lead up to, if you look like to the left of the Keisei Ueno station, there's these steps that lead up into the park. And there are two dudes, pants down, peeing into the bushes next to the staircase. And Bao doesn't notice this as we start going up the stairs. And I'm just like, Bao, those guys are peeing. And she's like, what? So we go up she's like, why are they peeing here? And there's like a bathroom like half a block away. And it's like, I don't know, they're dudes, all right. And so we walk up to like the lower level of the park area, which is all like pavement stones, and there's like couples everywhere. And Bao calls Sho again to find out like where things are at, where he's at. And I just hear his voice through her phone going, give the phone to Luna. Luna's reliable. So Bao just hands her phone over to me, and I'm like, hello? He's like, we're at Ueno Park. And he's like, we're near this statue. And I was like, okay, are you up or down? And he's like, we're up. And I was like, okay, we'll be there soon. So Bao and I start going up the next set of stairs, and there's a group of 3 people, and they have like drinks and snacks, and they're just sitting on the stairs. And as we get close, all 3 of them jump up and start screaming. And the bushes are like rustling next to them, and I was like, "Daijoubu?" And they're like, "Nezumi! Nezumi da!" And it's like a rat in the bushes. And so me and Bao are just like, "Oh, Nezumi!" And the people start apologizing and start like gathering their stuff up. But me and Bao like continue walking up the stairs. And like, all right. And then we meet up with Sho and another friend, and they have ice cream, and so we had brought ice cream, and Bao had bought this cake with her, and I got extra spoons for my ice cream so that we could use it for the cake, and so we wound up finding a little clear area to just like hang out in the park at nighttime. It's like 10 o'clock or something, and while we're sitting and just chatting about like random stuff and Japan stuff, there's a group of people like still within earshot of us, and they start having a rap battle. So we're just like eating our ice cream and observing this rap battle that's happening. Like the guy has like a speaker and he's playing like the beat on his phone, and these 2 guys just keep going back and forth on it. And you have to be making stuff. I wish I was. But these 2 guys start having a rap battle, and like other people like walking past and just like, huh, double taking. And yep. And then after the rap battle finishes, like the group separates up there, and they like start going their separate ways. And so our group is still like standing together, and we're like, okay, well, we should probably like start heading back to our hotels, and the other friend needs to get back to where they live before last train stuff, before it gets too late. And as we're walking, Sho's like, I want to see a rat. And me and Bao are like, you missed the rat. We saw the rat on the stairs. He's like, what? Where? And so while we're walking, so the cleanup for the Cherry Blossom Festival was halfway done. So they still had like garbages and stuff set up. And so while we're walking, I see a rat run across our path. But everybody else in the group doesn't have night vision, so they only, like, I'm like, oh, there's a rat right there. And they're like, where? And they only see the bushes rustling because they missed the fact that there was, like, a rat in our path. And so, like, Show's like, no, I want to see a rat. And so they're speculating, they're like, well, why are there rats here? And I was like, oh, well, they have, like, there's, like, garbages here that have garbage that's completely open, so the rats can just, like, climb in. And so Sho goes over and he kicks one of the garbage bag. Like, it was like a tarp bag setup thingy with posts. So it was all separated out, but the bags were like attached to the post, so you could like kick the bags. And so Sho kicks one of the bags and out jumps a rat. And Sho's like all excited that there's a rat there. And as we go down like the staircase, and then we see like another rat that runs across our path. And then there's another rat that's like trying to go over to Sho, is like very pleased by then. He was like, I got to see 3 rats. Yay! So I was just like, yippee! Yippee! That was another thing. All throughout the entire trip was Bao was just like, yippee! Every time like something good was happening. So I picked up going, yippee! Because the Coca-Cola on Fortnite, yippee! video. And then everybody else picked up my phrase, which was, let's mosey. So if you don't know what moseying is, mosey means to like head towards like your next destination, but in a leisurely manner. And when we all have like luggages, because we were moving hotels a decent amount, you can't go fast with luggage or with like the group of people. It's hard to go fast when you have like that many people in a group together. And so I would just be like, all right, well, let's mosey. So everybody started picking up, let's mosey. I was just like, hee hee hee. And then the next morning was the final morning. And for our group that was leaving early, it was me, Bao, Moika, and then Shoto had to change to his next hotel, but the check-in wasn't for a while yet. And so we're about to go to bed, and Bao and Moika both post in the group chat that their flights have been delayed by like 4 hours. And so we were like, oh. So initially I had plotted out for us to leave so that we could get to Narita in a reasonable hour and like arrive by like 1 p.m. or noon so that they could get through like security and everything at the start. But now it's delayed, and so we're like, well, shoot, we still have to like check out of our hotels. We still have to get to the airport by like X time. We needed to get to the airport by... Oh, wait, no, initially we were going to get there by 10:30 a.m., and then it wound up being that we needed to get there by, like, 1-ish was then when our next time was, or was it? Yeah. Hang on. No, I had screenshot our trip stuff, but I don't think it was the right timing for it, maybe. Oh, okay, yeah. Initially, we were going to get there by 1 o'clock, but then it wound up being that we didn't need to get there until, like, 3:30 because of the delay. So it was a 2-hour delay. Yeah, it was a 2-hour delay, not 4. 2-hour delay, not as bad. So what we wound up doing was the Ueno Zoo was right in walking distance. So we wound up dropping our luggage off in the Keisei Ueno station. So the Keisei line takes you directly to Narita Airport with, like, a fast train. So we all check out of the airport. Shoto leaves his luggage at the hotel because was staying another couple nights. But he was like, I want to go to the zoo. So the group of us were like, okay, what do we do with our luggage then? Because we don't want to have to double back, go back to the hotel, grab our luggage back again after Ueno Zoo. But it turns out that the Ueno line actually has like a luggage check. So for $10, we could check all of our bags, each of us $10 each for 3 hours. And then it was right there, which was really neat. And so we just dropped all of our bags off. Where are the subtitles, though? All right, listen here, nerd. Listen here, nerd. Hi, Ozzy. I had fun seeing your pictures. Zoo tweet. Yep, so we went to the zoo and we dropped off all of our stuff. I took this picture because it looked really ominous when we started going through. Like, doesn't that look like some Jurassic Park stuff? Doesn't that look like Jurassic Park? Yes. Thank you, Mark. It's the Trigun cosplayer. Yep, Ozzy, that is your new claim to fame. And then that was on the wall for the amphibians and other like water creatures. So Bao was really excited about that. There was a giant salamander there. And so she was just like, we go in and the giant salamander's the first thing there. And Bao was just like, oh, is that a giant salamander? And she just runs up and she's like listing off factoids and stuff and just like wanting to see the salamander's face. It was really cute. This is a kaiman and I took a picture of it because of Dorohedoro. Heard you were hunting at the zoo. Me and Moeko were. I'll get to that. But we went and looked at the animals, and then they had pygmy hippos. And while so this pygmy hippo here, off to the side here, there was a very attractive zoo employee there, and he climbed over the fence, which shows you some of his musculature. And me and Moeka just make eye contact immediately, and we're like. But Moeka was also, she was taking a lot of like video and pictures of a whole bunch of the animals in the zoo, and my tweet didn't give her due diligence. She was paying attention and was far more interested in the zoo stuff than I was, don't worry. But I didn't have enough space to type that because I'm not subscribed to Twitch Prime. So not Twitch Prime, Twitter Prime. Ikemen Zookeeper? Oh, heck yeah. Bonk, don't bonk me. I'm allowed to window shop. There's a quokka. I don't know what type of animal these were, but they were all huddled together in a cuddle puddle, and so all of us were just like, oh, the cuddle puddle. Look at the cuddle puddle. And then this was ominous. So here is a translation difference. So yokoso yoru no sekai e. This means like evening. Did someone say the door to darkness? No, this means like evening. So it should be welcome to the world of night. Because this was the small mammals like nighttime exhibit. Nocturnal animals. Yeah, it was Nocturnal Animal House. Hard to take pictures there, but that was there. They had a lot of rodents there, and so Sho was like checking literally every single box, and they were really darkly lit, and so I was able to pinpoint where a lot of the animals were, and so I would like usher him over and then just point and be like, okay, over here is this, kind of thing. And he's a red panda. A red panda. And here's a normal panda. And here's a panda. I took video of the panda too. And then the Ueno Zoo has a monorail, but the monorail was down right now because they were doing like repair stuff. But this picture made it look like it was like from an abandoned zombie movie. So it's not abandoned. It's in a very populated park. It's just like they're doing repairs to the monorail. So I took a picture because I thought it was cool. And then I also got to see a secretary bird. I like secretary birds a lot. But the picture, you can't see her too well. You can't see her too well in the picture, but the eyelashes, you can just barely see the eyelashes and the feathers at the back. I love secretary birds. They're so funny. They beat the crap out of snakes. I love them. Yep. Red pandas are not pandas? No, they are not. Moonbase! Yeah. And then we wound up saying goodbye to Shoto, and me, Moeka, and Bao split off, and we had the Skyliner Express ticket, and so we went directly to the airport, and my terminal was a different one from their flights, so I had to say goodbye a little bit early to them. And I did like the heart arms in the as I was like waving goodbye to them. So it was nice. We said goodbye. And then I went back home to visit my parents and do Easter stuff. Yeah. But yeah, so those are all the photos of the Japan trip. Sounds like a great success. It was really busy. My feet hurt a lot. Had to hydrate a whole bunch. Very packed trip. Yeah, there wasn't much time for, like, I only tweeted like maybe 1 or 2 times per day because I was so busy. But yeah. Oh, our final lunch before our trip ended was at T's Tantan again. So we had the veggie Tantan men. Because while we were leaving the park, I was just like, the park is really close to the station where the Tantan men place, the vegan Tantan men places. And so I was like, do we want to get one more Tantan men before we go? And Shoto hadn't come to the Tantan men yet because he had his own stuff scheduled that he had done before. And Moeka just like starts like shaking her head vigorously, and Bao's like, yippee! And I was like, oh my god, you guys like the vegan place? That's awesome. And I found out that Moeka had actually gone by herself to it as well, so she went to Tantan Men more times than anyone else in the group did during that trip because she just really, really liked it. It was really tasty, it's really fast. And while we're eating, Bao was just like, can't wait to tell people that my favorite ramen in Japan was vegan. And even Sho was like, man, this is really, really good. This is delicious. So it was a lot of fun. We did a lot of stuff. Lots of running around. I think next time I take a trip, I'd like to go to a theme park because I missed out going to theme parks. But I did buy a lot of like skincare stuff and hair care stuff and a lot of eyeshadows. So I need to go through and like throw away a whole bunch of eyeshadow now. Well, not throw away, but donate to friends and such. Yeah. Did not see the big Gundam? No, we didn't go to where the big Gundam was either. I like to go shopping. I want to go shopping. I'd also like to go to Tokyo Dome because there's also a theme park over there. The Ryokan was really, really cool. Like, the Ryokan, I think, was probably the highlight of the trip for me. And just going on, like, the hike through the slightly cursed woods with everyone, I think was really cool. Just because, like, Tokyo is really cool. I love Tokyo a lot. I love like the big city areas. Kyoto is really, really busy, and it's kind of I don't know. I'd say I don't like crowds, so Kyoto's kind of annoying because of how many crowds there are. So I would say that, like, until things calm down a bit on travel, don't go to Kyoto because it's just like, it's just people and you can't do anything. Here, I'll put up the Ryokan picture again. Feels cramped, yes. Yeah, if you want to go to themed cafes, okay, here's my best advice for you, okay? If you want to go on a Japan trip and you want to go to themed cafes, you'll need to make reservations in advance, which will require a Japanese phone number for most of them. So if you have a friend that has a Japanese phone, you can have them help you. But if you want to, like, be guaranteed that you can get in on relatively low, like, short notice, go to Nagoya. Make part of your trip take place in Nagoya after you confirm that the cafes you want to go to also have, like, partnerships happening in Nagoya, because nobody goes to Nagoya. Nobody goes to Nagoya. Like, when I was walking around with Shoto, he's like, this is really cool because it's a really big city, and it's a lot more open feeling because there just aren't tons of people everywhere. So, like, we went to the Niji Sanji Cafe in Nagoya, and it's super easy for us to get the reservation. It was completely open. Wait, so thank you for the raid! Yeah, so Nagoya is just like, if the cafe, because they have an Animate there. They have the Animate Cafe there. They also have Sweets Paradise too. So it was just like open. And then they also have a lot of historical stuff. I wish we would have had a little more time in Nagoya, because then we could have gone to Gifu. We could have taken a day trip out to Gifu and gone to the like Inuyama castle there. What was your favorite part of the trip? The Ryokan. I think probably the best food was probably T's Tauntaun. Tauntaun men is just, it's so freaking good. It's so freaking good. I love Tauntaun men. I've never been to Nagoya. Most people don't go to Nagoya. It's not a tourism destination. It's the third largest city in Japan. And it has a ton of history and really cool gardens. The shrine that's got the grass cutter sword is there. It's just like, yeah. Why don't people go there? Because it's not like, it's not a fancy big name city. It's a historical capital during the Warring States period. Like, it's like Nobunaga and Tokugawa zone. It's not a very popular region to go to. So they've got an aquarium there. There's a theme park there that's an onsen theme park that also has like a water park and some cool roller coasters. And so, yeah, it's okay for tourists to go without knowing Japanese. I think if you know Japanese, it helps out a lot on your trip, but for the most part, you don't actually need to know. Well, you don't need to know Japanese, but it enriches your travel if you have somebody that knows Japanese in your group, because you can get a lot more information, and it helps with speed. But the people working at restaurants and at hotels and stuff, and at most tourist locations, will have a smattering of English phrases and possibly English, like, assistance stuff to help you. Grass cutting sword? Yes, that is in Nagoya. Heavy industrial city too? Yeah, like Toyota is out there too. You can always pull up Google Translate. It's a lot, now that, like, it's so easy to get portable hotspots, it's a lot easier, I feel like, because you can do, like, Google Translate, and you can, I would recommend plotting out your trip a whole bunch, though, because you will need reservations for dinner places sometimes. So, at the end of the day, they'll really help you even if the language is an issue. Yeah, it's just, for speed, I am not a patient, I'm a patient person. When I'm traveling, I want to have, like, the least amount of, like, wasted time possible. I don't like anything inconveniencing my time for travel, because, like, if you're, like, stuck waiting in line for something, or stuck waiting to do something frivolous because, like, the timing wound up happening, that's one of my pet peeves for travel. I want my time spent on enjoying the place, not the getting from A to B. The German coming through. Oh gosh, one of the friends that we met up with, he was telling us that while him and Shoto were waiting for an elevator, he made eye contact with a German tourist, and he just was like, oh god, I made eye contact, I have to say something. And so he just goes, oh, are you waiting for the elevator? And the German guy just, like, looks back at him completely deadpan and goes, no, I just like standing here. I was like, ah, yes, very German. Very German. Classic German Hans. Yep. Yep. Also, I think this song, most of the filming for this song takes place in Nagoya. Was it Nice Day? I think yes, it was Nice Day. Nice Day is in Nagoya. Yeah. But yeah, so it was just like, yeah, the Ryokan was really cool. Like having the Kaiseki courses and just this little tiny quiet town strip that like pretty much all of their tourism comes from people coming to stay at the hot springs. So just like handfuls of people here and there, and then like the abandoned buildings and such. It was just really cool to see. Yeah. Hanzavi, the bad guy. Did you have tea ceremony in Ryokan? No, we didn't do tea ceremony. I thought most of the footage was Akihabara. Was it nice? There's another one of the World Order songs that takes place in Nagoya. So if it wasn't Nice Day, it was... Oh gosh, which one was it? I don't remember. I don't remember. Are you going to Otafest? I am. Yes, I am a guest at Otafest. I am also guesting at Anime North. So if you are going to either of those Canadian anime conventions, there are opportunities for girl DMing. Mm-hmm. Did you visit Hololive headquarters? I don't even know where that is. Most of the stream was me sharing pictures, not so much stories, just because I took photos the most, so like it was nice like meeting everybody and hanging out and having food and like drinking together and like sharing sips of like beers and drinks with everybody. Sho is he's like a puppy in real life. Because, like, I was the person in the group that speaks Japanese, and so when we were in Ueno, it was, like, me, Bao, and Shoto were all, like, at one of the shops at one place, and we're asking questions about, like, what things were, and Bao really wanted warabi mochi, which is a traditional Japanese dessert, and there was like, a pop-up shop that had warabi mochi, and so I helped her with that, and then, while I'm, like, helping her with the warabi mochi, Sho was just, like, next to my elbow being like, I need to get... What would be a good gift for me to bring to my friends when I meet up with them? I'm gonna bring Is it okay? Do you think it's okay if I'm bringing flowers? And me and Bao are like, yeah, why not? Sure. Bring your buddies some flowers. And Shoto was like, no, but I need like something else. I need like a different gift. And I was like, okay, well, food is a good gift in Japan. That's pretty like traditional. He's like, yeah, but it needs to be something good. And I was like, okay, I'll help you like look around. And so we're looking around, and there were these really nice like chocolates with like ethically sourced beans and handmade and all this stuff. And so I just gesture over there. I'm like, there's chocolates over there. There's fancy chocolates. You could go get them fancy chocolates. And because I'm like standing near Bao mostly. And Shoto is just like, Luna, come here. For me to come over to help him translate and figure out which chocolates to get to bring. So I went through and like read off all the sheets and everything so that he could like pick the chocolates out, and he bought a little gift box thing and like got 2 of each chocolate that were fancy and then packaged them. He's like, you think this is a good gift? Do you think they'll like this? Do you think you'll like... I was like, it's chocolate. Chocolate's delicious and it's fancy chocolate. One of these chocolates looks like a panda. Like, I think they'll like it. Don't worry. So, and then when he went to go meet up with I think it was the day when he met up with 2 people, and so he had to get from Ueno Station to Shinjuku Station by himself. And prior to all that, like all of the travel and stuff was like almost always with one of us. And so I was just like, you gonna be okay, dude? Do you need me to go with you to the train station? And she was like, no, I can do it. It's my first trip. It's my first like solo like train trip. I can do it. And I was like, yeah, but you're going to Shinjuku Station. Like Shinjuku's huge. It's like, you better like make sure like there's somebody to pick you up at Shinjuku Station, right? And so he's like, yeah, it should be fine. Like I have my phone, I have my internet stuff. Like I'll be good. I'll like tell them which train line I'm coming from. And I was like, okay, good. And so it wound up working out that we were both on the same train line at the same time. And we both had opposite directions we needed to go because it's a loop. It was the Yamanote line, and that's a big loop. So regardless, you'll eventually get where you need to go, but one way takes a lot longer than the other way. And so I'm on the train and like I'm messaging Sho and I'm like, did you get on the train okay? Because I'm also on the Yamanote line right now, so blah, blah, blah. And I realize that he's going the wrong way. He's like, oh, it'll be fine. Like, I'll just like ride this one. I was like, you need to get off the train and swap platforms. You need to go the opposite direction. You are going the wrong way to get where you need to go. It's gonna like, you're gonna be really late versus a little late. And he's like, how do I do that? It's like, okay, so you're on this platform. You're going to need to go down the stairs and swap platforms. And then like, I'm like checking on my phone to make sure. And he's like, I got on the train. I was like, yay, message your friends. Tell them you're gonna be late. Choto lost in the train station. I don't know what happened when he got to Shinjuku, but Shinjuku's massive. I think it's one of the largest train stations like in the world. Like Ueno's confusing because there's exits on 3 different stories and they all have different names. But like it was like Shinjuku station is like, I will never, anytime someone's like, oh, let's meet up at Shinjuku, I'll be like, okay, let's meet up at like Starbucks. We'll go over here. So it was just like, I was like, oh god, you're going to Shinjuku, and it's his first time going like solo, because most of the time when we were traveling, either I or Hikaru would have the route plotted out, and we would have to find like where the route was, and so I would just guide everyone. He went the wrong gate and took 1 hour for them to find. He said, no, that's what I was worried about, because it's Shinjuku. It's Shinjuku. Shinjuku's huge. It's massive. It's so hard to figure out where you're going. But like I was one of like the direction people, and anytime we took Shinkansens, like everybody would fall asleep on the trains. Cause it's like lulling. It's like you're on this train, it's going really fast. You just have like the ambient noise of being like on the bullet train. And I would stay up, and when it was close to time for us to like, the announcement would come that our stop was coming up, I would walk down the aisle and like tap everybody to wake them up. So like Bao would be absolutely knocked out and Sho would be absolutely knocked out, and I would just be like walking and like tapping on everybody's shoulders to be like, we're the next stop, we're the next stop. Which Hikaru-kun. IDV. Yeah. But it was fun. It was fun. It was stressful, but like navigating a group through a foreign country is stressful. But overall it was fun. So responsible. Oh yeah, there were a couple times that like I bought that fan and then the temperature got higher, and so like poor Sho was like really warm sometimes, so I wound up, I think he took my fan. I don't have my pink fan anymore because I had gave it to him because he was getting warm, because he's very fashionable, but sometimes his fashion choices were warm. Crime! He's a thief! Yeah, but I translated a bunch of stuff. Do you enjoy the MomDM experience? I like to, when I travel, I usually solo travel, but I did Girl Scouts for 15 years. I'm very familiar with group traveling. So, 15, yeah, I started in kindergarten? Yeah, I started in kindergarten and I went all the way through. So, like, once you get to middle school, then you're like put into the more responsible group, and you're required to like help out with making sure like when there's groups traveling together, you're responsible one, right? And we even organized some camps too. So like I'm familiar with being like in a group of like 10 to 20 people as you're going across like a major city, and you need to keep everybody together, right? So I'm no stranger to doing travel like that. And when it's something in my control, like, okay, this time is when this happens, this time is when this happens, then I'm a lot more confident in it. And for this trip, there were sometimes I wasn't expecting to be running stuff so much. But yeah, I spent one day in Scouts and asked to never come back. See, when I was in middle school, I wanted to stop doing Girl Scouts because a girl joined our troop and I didn't like her because she would lick people. And it's really hard to quit Girl Scouts when your mom is the leader of your troop. So you can't really leave when your mother is the one that is running the group. She would lick people? Yes. You'd be sitting down and she would lick your arm from the wrist to the shoulder. Where you're based currently? Canada. Girl DM, responsible crime. Evil Crash. I was told by multiple people on the trip that they were glad that I was there because of how reliable I am for figuring out travel stuff. Yeah, but I'm very familiar with Girl Scout stuff, and since I was the leader's daughter, I had a lot more responsibility for like organizing stuff and making sure we were at things at certain times. One of the days I was on our trip to Nagano, because I knew the Ryokan was going to pick, like, Hikaru would let me know, oh, the Ryokan's going to pick us up at this time. I had to be, like, in camp leader mode, which I hate doing, because I have to be the walking around being like, you have 35 minutes before we need to go. You need to, like, we are leaving in 10 minutes. Go to the bathroom now. Make sure you have water. Make sure you have food. We're not going to stop and do stuff. Like, and then, like, checking in with everyone. We have 5 minutes. Like, we're all going this way. Everybody go together, blah, blah, blah. It's not my... I don't like doing it. Scout mode, yeah. Activated scout mode and just, like... I like following the group. I don't like leading the group. How big was the group? There were 8 of us. It's her darker alt. Well, it just makes me feel bad because, like, I remember being annoyed with having that done to me when people are giving you, like, the time countdown to be like, we need to be here at this time. Right? Like, I don't want to be the drill squad leader. Yeah. Although, when Bao and I were concerned about, like, our packing, because we got back from Ueno Park and we had to pack up for, like, final pack. Because when you're mid-trip, you can do kind of lazy packing, right? Where everything fits into your bags. It's maybe not packed up super tiny, but it all fits together, and then you know you're going to just open your luggage at the next hotel anyway, so it's easy to open, right? But when you're flying, you have to make sure you have, like, your liquids separated, and you have everything else so that it's, like, for better handling and stuff, right? So I taught Bao my method of, ensuring that, like, the night before that you get fully packed, which is, you make your bed, and then you get your luggage, and you put it on your bed, and you empty everything out, because you can't go to bed if your bed is covered in garbage. So you have to make sure that you have everything packed up and put away, otherwise you can't go to bed. So me and Bao, it's like midnight. We're in our hotel in Ueno because we just finished we went out to the park and had our ice cream and stuff and we're chilling. And I had a beer, of course, because I was just like, I do not want to pack and not have a beer. So, especially for stressful packing. And so we just, like, I showed her, like, my rolling method, because, like, I usually will roll my clothes up really tightly when it's airport travel stuff, because you can fit a lot more into your bag. And so we like just powered through it. I was playing music on my phone. And then the next morning we're prepping like for going to get a quick breakfast before, like, leaving and going to Ueno Zoo. And, like, I'm doing, like, the sweep through and going through stuff, and Bao's playing music on her phone. And my freaking cover comes on and I just go, Bao, no, Bao, skip it. I don't want to hear it. Yeah. Oh, gosh. No, cat mat. I was standing up. But yeah, that was in essence the Japan trip. I'm sure more people will have questions about stuff, or if you joined in late and you haven't heard stuff yet on it. But yeah, that was the Japan trip. Did you play it twice? No. She was like, Bao understands the feeling of not wanting to hear like your own stuff. So I'll see you all later. I hope you have a good one.